all out of ball. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, beat me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leaves you the best in your head like Goldberg net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how to work with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Ishman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the man from Australia to Japan.
Shake down the road, don't get back to Mexico, up to Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, and we are live here once again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
Oh, I can't do the show. My tricep. I'm going to have to take a few more weeks off.
What?
Jackie Jones, I'm 1 inch biceps, the power goat, and I'm always injured.
Hell yeah, making my big comeback from years and I get injured. Make another comeback from that injury, get injured. Then I make another comeback, get injured. Then I come back to WWE. I have a match and I'm injured, going to be out for another 6 months. But don't fret, folks, because next year at WrestleMania, I'm going to finally main event.
I mean, it's very unfortunate, and
yeah, I don't like to see anyone get hurt, and I am
but
a punk fan.
I was hoping for better, definitely, but yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be at WrestleMania. So
Look, I'm a Punk fan, but it's just time to call it quits. You got to retire, buddy. This is not for you anymore. All the years away from the ring, it didn't do you any good, I don't think. Your body's broken down, and when you try to do it, you're going to get not just like you get bruised or something, you get serious injuries like every time. He honestly spends more time healing up than having matches.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of his AEW run, he was on the injured list.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have some good matches, but yeah, I hate it for the guy, but yeah, I think he does have to ask himself some serious questions whether he can keep on doing this. Because I even think the same thing about Adam Cole. I just don't know if he's built for wrestling because he's injured a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a little different. That last one was really a freak injury, so I think we'd have to wait.
Still, I mean,
he's not old and beaten up though.
He's not old, no, but I just don't know if he's cut out for wrestling, honestly, because he's always injured. Or maybe he's got to slow his pace down or something. I mean, because
that last one was he just running to the ring and
yeah,
that really is a freak accident.
But still, I mean, you see a lot of guys run to the ring and it doesn't.
I know that's why it's a freak accident. I mean,
they don't take themselves out for months.
Well, obviously, that's why I'm saying it's a freak accident. That's not something that he did while he was in the ring.
I just don't know if he's.
But I think Daniel
industry.
Bryan does matches. He gets hurt.
He's been getting hurt a lot too recently. That's for sure. I mean, and he was doing that one with his eye, and like I don't know if that was a work at one point because they had Andrade like beating it up and doing all that. So it's like I don't know if you want to be working an injury right now where everybody's injured. Everybody.
The scene if Punk retires, they're leaving a lot of money on the table from a potential Punk McIntyre feud. I don't really know how much money is in a feud like that, I'll be honest. But Punk obviously brings interest. There's no doubt about it. But how can you really, from the company, what can you really get behind him if he's going to be out for months after one match? Like how can you build angles? And you can't put titles on him. You can't put like the world title on him if he's, so injury prone.
Well, we see a lot of it though anymore where guys will be out and they still have the belt, or they have lessened schedules where they don't have to show up as much. It's like maybe you don't need the belt if you don't want to be working all the time. I mean, I know you're the biggest draw, but still.
I think having the title defended on just pay-per-views, I actually like that, especially when you're once a month, but not.
You got to do angles.
Not every like 3 months. That's that's too much. You have to at least be on every pay-per-view.
Well, I think you need to be there to progress the storyline. I mean, to some extent. I mean, a lot of guys aren't even doing that. I mean, they are, but like they have other guys fill in for them, like the Usos or something, And I like Roman. I mean, I think this is definitely Roman's best run.
It's really strange because I like Roman. I like the all the stories and stuff, but I do not enjoy Roman Reigns matches whatsoever. I think they're terrible. I don't even. People talk about like modern wrestling not really being wrestling because they do a lot of spots, but they follow like a wrestling match. Like people come back and they do stuff. People sell, even if they say they don't. They sell. They get up. They make comebacks. They get the heel gets the heat. The Roman Reigns matches, they're not set up like a match anymore. They're just guys doing big moves, kicking out of giant moves, and then they all stand around, and then they'll hit each other, pummel each other with chairs for a while, and then some more big moves, and finally someone pins. I don't enjoy them whatsoever, and I thought the 4-way was the worst match of the Rumble.
Well, I wasn't crazy about the actual Rumble, that's for sure. I like the women's fairly well, but the men's I didn't. I thought it was kind of a letdown. A lot of the appearances. I mean, Andrade. I mean, we knew that one was coming, And
he didn't get a big reaction. I mean, the thing is, he was not a big deal when he had left WWE. He was pretty much a nobody. I mean, that's why he left WWE, because he didn't, in his mind, wasn't being used well. Went to AEW. People claim he wasn't used well, but I disagree. I mean, he, like in that tournament, he won like the majority of his matches, even though he was leaving. Honestly, why? Yeah. What was the purpose of that?
They should have buried him in it. He should have been in the Jay Lethal spot. Jay Lethal's still there.
Yeah, exactly. or Daniel Garcia, because it looks like they wanted to do something with Daniel Garcia afterwards, but he only won like one match.
Like, why would you, promote somebody who you don't even know is staying around? I mean,
yeah, and they're saying the same thing now with the House of Black. Although the House of Black on Twitter saying Vince that Meltzer's not right there, but we'll have to wait and see if they immediately go back to WWE. I mean, maybe he was right.
That's no big loss. Fuck him. That's how I feel. I'm just like, I don't care about
Andrade. I thought Andrade was a big flop, to be honest. And I actually am a big fan of Brody King. I liked it.
That's the only one I like, and I like Julia.
Yeah, I liked it when Brody was getting his singles push by himself. I thought that was like some of his stuff with Darby Allin is great.
I think that has something behind it that, like, if you would let it go, I think it could build a lot of momentum. I mean, it seems like there's definitely something there.
And I like
with
him
the other guys, I don't feel it.
I like him with Julia Hart. I think it's a little different. Instead of traditionally, it'd be like, oh, Julia Hart's his valet, but he's like the bodyguard when she wrestles. I like that.
Mm-hmm. I kind of dug that too. I thought he did a good job of doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but he is right though. I say about because there's claiming he isn't, but he is right. Meltzer on the one thing, because if you look at the graphics for the cage match with it was originally the 6-man, it was House of Black versus FTR. Was it just the singles or was it 6-men?
I didn't watch Collision, but I know I think it was FDR and House of Black.
Yeah,
and
but
I can't remember if it was trios or not.
The original graphics, it was on the show, so it wasn't like someone made this up. The original graphics says it was elimination cage match. The next week they change it to escape the cage.
I did hear him say escape the cage on one of their shows,
And Meltzer brought this up, saying now he's saying it's probably because someone didn't want to do a job. Now that part is him, thinking speculation. The House of Black guys on, Twitter saying that's the way the match was always meant to be. But that's not what it said in the graphics. It did say elimination would not be escape the cage. Elimination would be one guy gets beaten as eliminated. So you'd have to, at least 3 people would have to do a job at that point.
Kind of like Elimination Chamber. You get eliminated, you're out of the match.
Right.
But it's a steel cage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't hear anything about this that they're upset or they're just claiming that wasn't originally
my thing is
pitched to them.
When AEW started, everyone really wanted the show to do well, and I never understood the backlash to that, calling it all friends wrestling and stuff. To me, I think that's what you want. You want your guys together, wanting the betterment of the company, of everyone involved. That was a big part of ECW, so I never understood why that was a negative. And then when they started bringing other people in, some people have different opinions on that. That's fine. But then some people, I think it's clear, just not even necessarily want to be there. It's like they only want to be there if they just never lose a match. Or I think Andrade's like that. I like Miro, but I think he's like that. And for people like that, if they don't want to be there, they think they're too good or whatever. I don't think they're adding anything to your product, because you have like so much talent anyway. Any of those guys are not needed. Punk was a big loss because he did bring in people. He was, for whatever people could say they hate him or whatever, it doesn't matter. You can't deny that a lot of people like it.
And I know people don't think I am, but I am a fan of Punk. I know I poked fun at him a little bit, but at the beginning of the show, but I like him. But he did bring in a lot of people for AEW, and it was a major loss to AEW.
Yeah.
Especially after that piece of shit Cody Rhodes just was like, I made this company. Well, I'll see you later. I want to go win WWE belt. I mean, doesn't that make you look like even more of a mark?
Yeah, and I'll be honest,
you leave your own company to go get the belt from the other company?
Yeah, a huge mark, and people don't bring that up. But also, I think it proved that there was a lot of the internet sites. I don't know if Meltzer ever said this or not, but I don't think he did. But a lot of the internet sites said that Cody had left because CM Punk came in, but I don't think that's accurate. And I think that means it seemed like they're buddies and they're working. So
I mean, they're working together in WWE.
Yeah, I think that's just a bunch of shit, honestly.
I don't think he liked getting booed in AEW, and I can understand that to a degree, but I think you gotta be like Mikey Whipwreck. You gotta win him over, and he was refusing to turn heel. I mean, you kind of have to turn heel in wrestling sometimes.
I'm a big proponent. Do not fight the fans. If the fans really hate a guy and you try a couple things, if it's not working, just turn him heel. Wrestling history shows in the last 30 years, if you're a good heel, the fans are eventually going to like you, so you can always turn babyface again. And if you're top babyface they hate, you just turn the guy heel. if you're a big heel and the fans really love you, I think it's a detriment to keep them as a heel. I think you got to run with them as a big, and I think that's what we're seeing with Swerve. I think the longer you fight that, the harder it is to keep the momentum behind Swerve.
I'll go here in the chat room. He says AEW has been screwing up on graphics lately. On Collision, when Lady Frost came out, the graphic said she was making her Collision debut while Shivani is talking about her past Collision matches. So, that's not good. I didn't like that at the Rumble where they're like, "Oh, this is Jade Cargill's debut." Well, she's been out already once. Or well, I guess it wasn't. She hasn't had a match, but she made an appearance where she was like doing something with Nia Jax, hasn't she?
I thought I really enjoyed the Women's Rumble. My only issue, and I can't blame WWE on this because I don't watch the product on TV and I don't watch NXT. So there was a big middle ground where there was a lot of people I had no idea who they were. But I can't blame the product for that. That's like when people who haven't watched wrestling since the 90s will say, "Who are these guys, on TV today?" It's like, well, if you don't watch it, why would you know who they are? It's like
you're not keeping up.
Yeah. I've never watched Game of Thrones. Well, who the fuck why am I going to watch it? Or, who is this guy? Well, if you don't watch it, how would you know any of them?
Well, I've even had some of that because I don't watch NXT and I'll tune in and they got a lot of NXT people. Yeah. So, and it's like, I guess it's my fault because I don't watch NXT, but I mean, it has definitely made a big change on television.
They have to, NXT is always this thing. It's either, is it the cool third brand or is it developmental? People will argue either way depending on what they're trying to prove. I've heard Conan and Disco try to say it's the developmental when it was going against, AEW. That's not true. They really presented it as the third brand at that time, the golden black, and people, you're being dishonest if you're trying to say it was presented as developmental and it wasn't. And then when Vince McMahon took it over and it was NXT 2.0, it went back to being developmental.
Yeah.
And now it's back to trying to be the cool brand again. You have to go one way or the other. It can't be both developmental and the cool third brand.
Yeah. So that took a lot of the love out of NXT for me was whenever it went to 2.0, and it was just like I just don't want to invest my time into it. And I know it's like back to how it was, but still, the shows I never necessarily was that crazy about. The pay-per-views were good.
Yeah, they're very good.
The pay-per-views were great, but
for a while, before AEW took off, that was for me the highlight of wrestling were the NXT pay-per-views. They were much better than the main show main WWE pay-per-views.
For the most part, yeah, they were. But what was I going to say? Jade Cargill in the Royal Rumble. I did like how WWE really presented her as a big deal.
Definitely.
And I think that was a bit of a make good for Triple H kind of burying her on one of the
I'll be honest. I'm an AEW fan, but I think WWE is a better fit for Jade Cargill, honestly. The work rate is less important. No, I don't think today you can be like a terrible wrestler and be a star. But I think if you have a lot of charisma and stuff, you can do better in WWE than in AEW based off charisma alone. She definitely comes off like a star. She's big. I just think she's probably a better fit in WWE, even though AEW used her really well. I'm in no way saying they didn't use her well. Anyone who says they didn't use her is kind of ridiculous when she was undefeated for a year or something.
Yeah.
But they presented her like a big star, and I'm happy. I'm a fan of hers, so I like that. And that whole Rumble I thought was fun. There was no legends in that one, but the women's Rumble the last few years I thought they were a little heavy on using a lot of the legends. So it was nice to see all new people. And like I said, some of them I didn't know, so that took away from me. But I can't say that's a detriment because that's on me for I don't follow the product, so I just don't know these people.
Had Naomi returning for the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, that was a big. It was very cool. TNA Knockouts champion. Who I'm
Jordan
not.
Grace.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of, but I've actually never seen her wrestle. She's very impressive.
She has gotten herself in phenomenal shape.
Yeah.
Based on when I seen her before, she was in good shape then, but she's really leaned down and really she's pretty cut now. So good on her. I mean, and she seemed like she was really excited to be into the Royal Rumble. I mean, that was probably a big thrill for her. So that was really cool to see that. That was probably one of the biggest surprises for me, honestly.
Yeah, and it was cool. They put over TNA. I don't know if they'll actually do stuff, outside of this. I don't know, but
They seem to be more willing nowadays.
Yeah, which is cool. I like to see that. They I saw someone in our group saying that putting Jordan Grace in there's a mistake because it'll make the WWE roster look weak, but it definitely did not. She's well built, but she's not real tall, so she's not like she towers over anyone.
No.
But she came off very strong, doing a lot of power moves. I really liked her. I would like to see more of her, honestly.
They might steal her away. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. But yeah, that was really cool. That was probably I'd say the women's Royal Rumble was the best match of the entire show. I mean,
yeah, it was fun. I was glad Bailey won. I'm a big Bailey fan.
I'll go 13. I had not seen Grace since I saw her on Impact years ago. Incher is right. She is much leaner now. Yeah.
Yeah, she looked really good, I thought.
I got to read any comment that says I'm right. I saw earlier here, Jonathan Jackson. He was saying that WWE needs to, AEW needs to hire Kevin Dunn.
No,
I don't think he's looking to
even. I know it's a joke,
anywhere.
but a real answer to this, like, I don't think hiring someone who's, I don't know, what is he in his 70s or to hire. You want someone younger, I think, to do your television. I know he has experience and everything. Plus, he's who knows how deep he is in some stuff we'll be talking about in a little bit.
He's probably balls deep, is what he was.
So allegedly. So then we had I think the next match was the 4-way, and this match was hurt right away to me by it's basically like, Roman Reigns isn't gonna. It's very, very unlikely that you're gonna have 3-year championship reign, and then he'd lose the title right before your biggest show, ever, WrestleMania. So it's almost like, well, we know he's not gonna lose here, and none of these, it's a 4-way, and it's all top guys. But do you see AJ Styles beating Roman? You got to ask yourself, is AJ Styles going into WrestleMania bigger than Roman Reigns going into WrestleMania having the belt 3 years? No. Or any of these guys? Is LA Knight? I like LA Knight. Is that going to be bigger? No. None of these things. Maybe you could end maybe Randy Orton, but I mean, that's not bigger than Reigns. So it's just this isn't gonna. And I was watching it, and I just was pretty bored watching because I knew he was gonna win. And I don't like the Roman Reigns formula matches. They just do not work for me. It's just a bunch of big moves, and then they stand around and smash each other with chairs, and people, from the bloodline come in, and
Solo Sikoa got involved a little bit. So
yeah, it's not for me at all. Big crowd, but not a very I don't know if they weren't into a lot, or if you couldn't hear them well, but it didn't seem like they were a particularly lively crowd for as big as it was, for as many people as there.
Nick here in the chat room, he says, haven't listened in a while, just checking in if there's been an RIP moment for Draws. I think we talked about Draws.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I mean, it was months ago.
It's been a while ago, Nick, but we did mention it. I'm pretty sure we talked about Draws. But yeah, the 4-way. I like LA Knight. I wish they had a better spot for LA Knight right now, because I'd rather see LA Knight take on Roman or somebody. Rock, I was excited for. Cody, not so much. So yeah, I wish they had a better spot for LA Knight though. I hope they get him into a program that's makes him look like a star. I don't want him to be in this, because if you keep somebody trolling away and just the fans are just going to lose their faith in them, and then they're going to be nothing, So then it's Dolph Ziggler land. You'll be going back to TNA. Well, Dolph just started in TNA, but
yeah,
Drake would be going back to TNA. Well, LA Knight would be going back as Eli Drake. So
while we're going over the Rumble things, I couldn't find my link. If someone could message me on Facebook the link to the Vince McMahon lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit?
Yeah, I know. Triple H didn't know much about it, but there is. So if someone could send me that link, the actual link with the 60-some pages, we probably won't read
60 pages. Yowzer.
Yeah, I'd send it to you, but I couldn't find where I sent it to you.
You sent me a lot of the text messages and whatnot of the alleged text from Vince McMahon or
from what this is almost impossible to fake from what I understand. So
I would say that would be pretty easy to verify. I mean, his number's got to be registered somewhere through the phone record, I would say.
This is something I agree with Dave on, so we'll get to that. We'll get more to this in a minute. But if nothing else but the text, okay, let's say she embellished all the stories. I don't believe this at all. But I'm just saying, if you do, you say they embellished the stories. They, maybe she enjoyed blah, 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 blah. If you just go by the text, it's clear that it happened. And they're pretty damning just on that alone. He's a bad human being, and all of this is completely illegal. You can't hire someone to be like basically like a prostitute or something, in your company, and then just make up some position for her, or then it's a publicly traded company, and it's really bad. We'll get over this.
So basically, Cody Rhodes won the Royal Rumble, and I think that's complete shit. And he pointed at Roman Reigns, and who wants to see that? And I know they were kind of like getting Seth Rollins, like saying like Cody should challenge him. That looks like kind of pathetic for a champion to be like, you should have challenged me.
Yeah,
like,
I get why I hate that they made another title. They unified the two titles already, making the undisputed champion and Roman Reigns, only to make another title. So every time you do this, you dilute the title. So you already had two titles. Let's put them together to make it more prestigious. Then we're going to make a whole new one that has no history behind it. So we have someone to defend the championship on these shows. It's like, well, maybe just put the belt on someone who's going to defend it, or elevate the U.S. or the Intercontinental Championship to be like a big deal, or elevate the main event some shows with your World Women's Champ or the Tag Champs. They should also be world champions. Making up a whole new title is awful. I don't care what people can make all the excuses in the world. Having multiple world titles doesn't help your show. Having so many belts doesn't help your show. And people can. This is something AEW is very guilty of. So I'm not just here to defend AEW, because they've gone, way into an outer space with all their titles. So I don't understand this idea of like we just have to keep making all these titles in the companies.
Yeah.
People have to know that this doesn't make it more prestigious.
I think they make more belts just to appease the wrestlers, because they're bigger marks than we are for the most part.
And then I guess. And then they can sell the. I don't know.
Yeah,
You
it
think it'd
doesn't
be a
help the
bigger deal
product.
though, if you're chosen to be
Yeah.
one of the champions, if there's only a select
If there's
few.
only one,
Yeah, one world belt, your TV belt. I mean, there's room for more than one title, but not one world title. That doesn't make sense.
You want one world title.
Yeah,
That's what
one
you're
world
saying.
title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow.
So
Yeah, I'm not excited about Cody Rhodes winning the Royal Rumble. I think it's awful that they're not going to just bury the bastard like he deserves.
I mean, the guy. I'll defend Cody. The guy is over. I don't like how he left AEW, but the man's over. He's a hard worker. You have the storyline. He's gonna finish the his story. Blah blah blah. So it's good, but the problem is for me is the Rock was on there and basically said, about the head of the table, which everyone assumed he's going to wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tease a giant match like that and then don't deliver.
And then don't deliver. Yeah. And so Rock teased it. He got us all excited for that, which I was excited for that one. And now it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Or if they make a 3-way, that's going to suck.
It actually hurts both stories. It hurts the head of the table story, which has been built for years, and it hurts the Cody story.
I mean, you're going to have Roman Reigns, the champion right now, and you're going to have The Rock, the people's champ, and then you're just going to have that flaming piece of shit Cody Rhodes in the ring.
It makes
like,
both.
Who cares about that?
It dilutes both stories there, and also if Cody wins, it takes away his win because it wasn't a fair 1-on-1 match.
Mm-hmm.
To me, there's besides the idea that maybe Rock just can't actually do a 1-on-1 match at this point, that would be the only plausible reason in my mind to do that. But it wouldn't be good. I don't know. But Seth was hurt, and I guess he was going to keep doing the match anyway. But now Punk's hurt. So I don't know why Seth does those. Why doesn't he just take time off now to get healed up?
Yeah, I guess he would have to drop the belt if he did.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Yeah, but it's like I said, they're bigger marks than we are. They want that fucking belt.
Yeah.
They're like, they just made this one for me, pal. I need it.
Yeah. So, no legends at all in the Rumble, which is I like. Look, nothing against a lot of these guys in the match. Like, who's Gunther's, buddy there?
Oh, Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser
Ludwig
Soze.
Kaiser.
Ludwig Kaiser.
Yeah,
that's a different guy. Ludwig Kaiser. I know Ivar's actually getting like somewhat of a push. Santos Escobar. There's a lot of guys in here. I have nothing against them, but they come out. Ludwig Kaiser comes out. Do I think there's any chance he's going to win? No. Do I really care he's even in it? No. So instead of him coming out, you had, I don't know, Brutus Beefcake comes out, or X-Pac, or Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Hell yeah, that's who I want to win.
Yeah,
Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Well, they're not going to win.
He's the one pointing up at Roman Reigns.
It gets a pop from the crowd, and people are fun. So when Ludwig Kaiser comes out, there's no pop, no interest, nothing against the guy. I'm not saying he sucks and he should be fired or anything, but it doesn't. There's like you see him and like, okay, this is a guy that's going to get thrown out. Now, if Honky Tonk Man came out, no one thinks he's going to win it. But it does get a pop from the crowd, and you're like, "Oh, this is fun. We get to see the Honky Tonk Man."
I'm serious though. I think I would be more excited for Greg the Hammer Valentine versus Roman Reigns than Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns.
I'd be into it.
I feel like, fuck yeah, let's go, Greg.
Yeah,
come out there and put him in the figure 4. Hell yeah,
yeah. I've said this too. I'm cool with the Rock Reigns bill along, but when are you going to do it now? If you do, you're going to do it without Reigns as champion, because I assume Reigns is or maybe Reigns will. I'm not against the idea of Reigns beating Cody, and Cody's story is never finished. But I assume if you're going to finish the story, it has to be this year.
That's the only unfortunate part of this whole Vince McMahon scandal thing, is that he's not there to fuck over Cody Rhodes.
He was the guy.
That's the only unfortunate part for me.
Maybe Cody's involved. He was supposedly flew out to meet Cody.
I know. Like, how weird is that now? And he's like, he talked him out of like leaving his own company.
So
is he a fucking moron? I mean,
so there's some people asked about. We'll get to it later in the questions, but so Braun Breaker was in here, who for the last few years I said, why not have Braun Breaker debut in the Rumble?
Mm-hmm.
He came out, got a huge pop, looked great. I think if he would have won, I think he would have made a star right away. But so some people are saying that he was the replacement for Brock, and then which I think is obvious, honestly. And some people are saying he was that Pat McAfee was the replacement for Brock, which I think is absurd. Now, if you watch both those guys in the Rumble, one guy went in there and made a big appearance, threw out tons of people, had the big stare down with Omos. The other guy went in the ring and jumped out. Which do you think is more likely they were going to do with Brock? Do you think Brock was going to come in, throw a ton of people out, have a big stare down with Omos, or do you think he was going to walk in the ring and jump out of the ring?
Well, what I heard Meltzer say was that Brock was going to be in the ring and when McAfee came, and it was only going to be Brock. And then McAfee was going to leave the ring.
Yeah. But some people are saying that McAfee took Brock's spot. Yeah.
I had heard that one.
Sort of not an argument, but someone was telling me this on Facebook. I was like,
no,
dude, that's really ridiculous. Because
I don't think so.
There was no way Brock was going to come in the ring and just run away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be silly.
And my God, how bad was Pat McAfee? I mean, if
I
you're
don't understand why people think he's like this giant superstar. I can't stand him.
If you're going to hire somebody like to be a commentator, which they have now, don't you think they should at least know the fucking product? He's like getting up and dancing for Shinsuke Nakamura when he's a heel now. And it's like, how do you get a guy to do commentary for the night and he doesn't even know like who anybody is hardly?
Yeah. Well, I think he's now hired as the permanent commentator on Raw.
That was not a job-getting performance that he delivered that night. I mean, he was awful the entire night long, and they're like, nah, just give him a job.
They just think he's a big name because he's on like a sports show or something. But
pretty much, I guess.
I thought I don't watch but I like Barrett better. He understands. He knows the product.
Oh yeah, I love Barrett. Well, he's still there. They got rid of the one guy, Patrick.
Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, they got rid of him, and they needed. I guess they need somebody to, but you can't have Barrett and McAfee together because they're both kind of.
Yeah, they're both the color guys. Or you need like a straight play-by-play guy.
Unless you make Wade straight, like where he's like the straight guy and the the guy that McAfee would play off of. I don't think that would work very well though.
No, I think honestly, I think you should have a serious talk with Punk about becoming a commentator. He's always been good at it. There's no doubt people are interested in him. You have him on the show commentating. He could be your new, like Bobby Heenan, Jesse Ventura level guy. We don't really have a guy like that. JBL was kind of close to that kind of role. I guess some people argue Taz. I'm not a Taz fan, but some people may argue Taz. But I think that would be a good role for him, and he would be good at it.
Yeah.
And something he could do for the next 10, 20 years.
Well, he's a big Roddy Piper fan, so maybe he could just think of it that way. Roddy Piper started doing the commentary, and then he left the company and went to the other one. You think he could do that?
Maybe. At least, but I don't even understand this. At least Pat McAfee isn't a disgusting piece of shit like Brock. But what's that have to do with hiring Pat McAfee to be the lead commentator on Raw? I mean, he's not. Brock Lesnar is not the lead commentator. So
yeah, they don't. Commentate.
It's not like we only have two choices here. We either have to bring Brock back to wrestle, a couple times a year, or we have to hire Pat McAfee to be the full commentator. These aren't two choices. It's not like we're one or the other. You could not have to have either person.
Yeah. And based on the Royal Rumble performance, he was not good whatsoever. And like they kept having to like try to talk him down from like what he was doing. Like they're like, Pat, Shinsuke, he's changed, and he just got up and kept dancing. And it's like, dude, sit your fucking ass down. You don't know what's going on. It was bad. Now, in the past, I didn't mind some of McAfee's commentating, but his performance on the Royal Rumble was awful.
Yeah. These are the kind of questions. Look, why would Brock Lesnar cheat on Sable? Does it make sense? Or people like, why does a famous guy or a good-looking guy, commit sex crimes or whatever? No one has to do anything. No one has to cheat. No one has to, rape someone. Or people do this stuff because they want to. They're into weird stuff. They want to do stuff beyond the normal things. Sometimes people get bored of you keep going. I'm sure the stuff with Vince, he starts off with just going after all the women, and then it progresses over time. It's like people who watch a lot of pornography, a lot of times they'll go on to weirder and weirder stuff, you know what I mean? And especially people with a lot of power and stuff, they'll go on to keep pushing the boundaries. And to you, like, oh, Sable's this beautiful woman or whatever, but he's been with her for years. I mean, why do people do anything? A lot of people cheat all the time.
And all that we know allegedly is that he asked for videos of the lady, and they didn't name Brock Lesnar, but it's fairly obvious.
Well, it's funny, I think they actually named him one point, but they said former world heavyweight champion. There's no one else.
UFC
in UFC,
yeah, and it's like, okay, well, it wasn't Cain Velasquez, that's for sure, because the timeline doesn't add up.
Yeah, it was apparently he wanted Lesnar's into pissing videos. He wanted to see her taking a piss, and supposedly they used this as part of their trying to get Brock to re-sign, and then like they promised like Vince Brock could do whatever he wanted with her, and then I think they were going to meet up once, and he got drunk or something, so it didn't happen.
Well, I think there was like something with COVID, and like that started happening, and a lot of like flights couldn't be carried out or something like that. So as far as we know, we don't know if he has in fact cheated on Sable. There's only one person who knows that, or whoever he's been with, if that's the case, allegedly, and everything and all that.
Yeah, so
Jackie Jones.
Yeah,
I just want to speak to the audience out there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people who say there should never be jokes cracked about this matter. It's a very serious matter, and that we probably shouldn't even speculate on a lot of these things. And if you feel that way, this probably isn't the show for you, because there will be jokes made. And this is, I mean, what the hell? I mean, you got like Shane Douglas, and he's saying like, oh, well, we shouldn't speculate on this and that. And it's like, well, what the hell? I mean, we should be able to speak our mind on this matter. It's everywhere.
The guy who called Dick Flair out on TV and said all these things about the man.
Exactly. It's everywhere. It's on freaking NBC. I'm ashamed to be a wrestling fan once again, just like the Benoit thing. This has really made me like feel disgusting that I am a fan of this
I
stuff.
have non-wrestling fans who are asking me about this,
and it's doesn't it make you feel dirty that you even have to like talk about it?
Yeah, because you like
wonder how they think about you.
Well, yeah, they were like, well, I have some people in Hollywood, and they were like, one guy in particular was like, this isn't an uncommon thing where people will hire a woman to as like a secretary or whatever to travel with them, to be, you know, on road with them having sex with, but not to this level, not where they're, you know, sharing with all these people and the poop and sharing all the videos and it's like, so it's like even amongst like people who know of like real perverts, this is even like gross. So I was like, oh, cool. This is like the gross. This is like the gross pervert amongst the gross perverts.
Mm-hmm. This is like the king of the gross perverts.
Yeah.
Or just, I don't even know if it's like perverted or just like fucking mentally ill or what. If all these accusations are true.
I mean, I don't even know how you could say they aren't, to be honest. I mean, there's all these like text messages. Instead of Vince going out, and I'm not trying to give Vince an idea for his defense, but for me, when he just comes out and says it's all untrue, I mean, with all the text, you can't just say this isn't true. You just, it's like, okay, well, I know he's lying. If he came out and he said it was all consensual, and she was into the power play of being, you know, submissive, and it was almost like role playing that, you know, I'm dominating or stuff. At least like that would be like, okay, that's possible. But to just say none of it's true is just, it's ridiculous when they have all the text.
Your bitch young boy Mitten here. He's saying Incher thinks Vince might be innocent. No, Incher thinks Vince is 100% guilty. But Incher's trying not to lose his ass in case anything would be.
I understand.
Yeah, but you know. That's what's going on here. You got to read between the lines sometimes. But yeah, this whole situation is just like, oh my God. I knew there was something, you know, because we've heard about all these NDAs and stuff. And
this is when this came out, people like, they're like, yeah, it's probably just affairs. And I said this on the show and on Facebook and social media, like, if it was just straight up affairs, for one, I don't think Vince would even care if people knew. I think you'd probably find it as a bragging rights, like, oh, I had sex with these young women. And there was so much money, multiple millions. I can't imagine he would pay people, you know, 3, 4, it was like 17 million total, if it was just like, oh, I had an affair with this woman.
Yeah.
If you're paying that much to cover stuff up, it's got to be some seedy stuff.
Oh, and seedy it was.
Yes.
Based on what we know so far. Good God. It's just like...
And even if you start from the beginning, I don't want to read this whole thing, but it's very, you know, straight up like groomer stuff. He finds a younger woman who's, you know, of need of money and a job, and, you know, and he's coming in as like the savior. And then it slowly, you know, becomes a sexual thing, and then it keeps evolving from there. And and I heard someone say this, and I think it's accurate. They said this isn't behavior someone starts like in their 70s. Like, you can't imagine like this out of the blue. He's like, oh, I think that's what I'm gonna start doing with my life. There's probably a history here of this behavior.
Oh, for sure. I know I read an unauthorized autobiography on Vince. It's called Sex, Lies, and Headlocks. And it did say in that book that he was probably like abused as a child himself, like growing up in the trailer park and everything else. And I'm not trying to humanize him or anything like that, because I think he's an evil person. I made my mind up about that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Back when I started saying, like, I used to find stuff that Vince did was funny, and I stopped finding it funny years ago. Like, I think he's a freaking terrible human being.
And now you look at this stuff. I mean, even back then it was weird, like the Kiss My Ass Club and stuff. But now you look at it and you're like, oh, this is like real. This is even worse than I thought it was. And there's always been a history with Vince of, I say, getting off. And I used to say that not necessarily in a sexual way, but maybe in a sexual way, of humiliating people publicly and behind the scenes. And we've seen it like on TV. We've read about it in books like J.J. Dillon's book, you know, and it's just a thing he likes to do.
Yeah.
And it goes beyond even just like the talent, the wrestling talents. This is something he's into, having his power over people, breaking them down and humiliating them. He has a history of it, in business and in life, and it's so.
Well, I was trying to explain to my parents. We were out eating, and they were with me when I ran into heavy machinery.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom overheard Tucky talking about purchasing a house. And I had a conversation with him. I was like, he probably shouldn't make that very well known to a lot of the higher ups in WWE because they may just get rid of him. And I brought that up again to my dad, and he was like, why would they get rid of him? And I was like trying to explain it, like what a effed up environment is that he works in. And it was just like, oh, forget it. And it was just like, it was just too hard to like tell, this is a man who likes to build people up and make them think that they've got a real bright future. And he likes just grabbing that carpet and pulling it out from underneath him. That's what he gets off on the most.
Yeah, that was in the J.J. Dillon book.
Yeah. So humiliation, he loves to humiliate people.
Yeah, and there was like weird text to her, like I'm gonna make you lower and lower until like you beg me to sell you to someone else, and if I see you in like the hallways, I'm gonna rape you, and I own you and I control who you have sex with, stuff, and then like sharing the pictures and videos of her with like all his buddies, and someone actually said it was like hundreds of people. I don't know if I read that in there. Someone said that I saw on YouTube. I don't know about that, but he did talk about in the thing. It's like that he showed a dozen executives, like from the production crew or something. There's like 12 people around. I guess he emailed it to people. And then if you're showing that many people, one or two of those people are bound to show someone else. That's just the way life is. Everyone knows that. You know what I mean? And then once that starts going out, who knows how many people, saw this and know about it. But just think about that. At least like 12 people around him, like not only knew, but were like, listening and hearing about it and didn't do anything about it. And were like into it. And who knows how many people were involved. And we know at least like two people that were actively involved, John Laurinaitis and his masseuse or whatever, his physical therapist, which apparently he flew around with all the time.
So you wonder about that too. Well, that's the shitty part too. It's like even people who are just going in for a job, they've been associated with Vince to some extent. So even people question like, well, did they know something? I mean, it's just shitty all around.
Yeah, that's what it makes it really hard. I don't want WWE to go out of business. I don't like the idea of people losing their jobs. So I'm not saying that, but it makes it hard for me as a fan to even like watch. I don't really watch it anyway, but I don't really want to support it because I don't know how many people know about this stuff and did they do nothing, and like plus like the idea of I've watched this stuff like my whole life and like I've been supporting this, this company that's like, who knows how long this stuff's been going on some level.
It makes you feel dirty for giving them your money all these years, Mm-hmm. And I think the heavyweight champion of like dumb questions has been asked in the chat room right now by Mighty Lexar. Do you think that Linda knows about this?
Let's call her up. We'll break the news to her.
see how she takes it.
Well, there was this thing. So some people. So for one thing, all the wrestling companies, I would say, just end the media scrums. They bring what positive has any of these media scrums brought to wrestling? They brought horrendous negatives to AEW. No one really talks about anything good from these. And now in the WWE, they did one after the Royal Rumble. Why? I don't.
I'm amazed they did.
Yeah.
I'm amazed they did. I would think they would say, okay, yeah, I think we just need to stop doing these.
And people
now.
are like, well, Triple H did the right. Some people are like, Triple H did the right thing. Some people like me, like, wow, this was probably the worst thing he could say, because he was like, it's a great week for WWE. And I'm like, dude, you can't say it's a great week for W. And then so like on every level that's messed up, because it's like either you're saying, well, we signed this Netflix deal and we had this good WrestleMania, this Royal Rumble show. That all that's more important than all this other stuff. Like, wow, that's kind of that's like kind of heartless, you know what I mean? Or like, or you don't care about any of it. And then he even said he didn't read the lawsuit, and I'm like, well, first of all, like, come on. And let's say that's true, like the lawsuit's not just against Vince, it's against the WWE itself. That's one of the defendants. If the guy running the show didn't even read it, like if you're TKO, well, own this thing, you're like, do we really want this guy running this company? He didn't even read the lawsuit against. Like, I don't know.
I could see him not reading it just because he's so disgusted from the whole situation, and he already knows. Like, he already knows what's in that, probably.
Do you think he would know all those details?
Probably not every little detail. I don't know if he knows about the poop to the head or whatnot, but like he probably has a pretty good idea. And I'm sure there's no way on hell nobody's ever like talked to him about it. I mean, like him and Stephanie, she's probably like in tears every night because her father's this disgusting piece of shit.
I see people say this stuff, guys. This shit was clearly going on backstage since day one. Not a big surprise. I don't think anyone. And if you were watching it and you're like, oh, I know he's shitting on people's heads in the back and stuff, like,
it's easy to say that now.
Are you surprised?
Who was saying it before?
Yeah. Am I surprised he's having affairs and stuff? No. But am I surprised to this? I mean, yes. Yes, I am.
Yes. I would say I would have expected like an affair. I heard the rumors about Lauren
hiring the paralegal and just making up a job for us so you could try. Okay. That's not good at all. That's illegal. But am I shocked by that? No. Yeah. Am I shocked that they describe actual, gang rape of her at one point? Am I surprised by that? Yes. Am I surprised that like he shit on her? Yes. Like, I mean, that stuff I am surprised at. Yes.
Are you surprised he had a dildo named John Cena?
Yeah, yes, he has dildos named after the wrestlers. Like he's got the
fuck? Well, how do you feel if you're John Cena? Like you're like, you did what now? You have a dildo named after me? Or did he know?
And I remember
that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, did John Cena know? Or is he like appalled right now?
And did he laugh about it? Yeah, because you got to start thinking like all the people really close to Vince. There's a group of them. I won't name these names because that would definitely be alleged. People behind the scenes, but we know a lot of the names. I love you and that kind of stuff. And there's several wrestlers very close to Vince over the years. Some, that never left to go to WCW, even though they were offered big money. Some that were hurt for years but still were under contract. How much do they know? Were they involved in stuff? Even if they aren't, and if they're not, I in no way want them to get in trouble or anything like that. But the problem is it does bring like concern, like how much does any of these different people know about this?
Mitten here in the chat room, he says, I have a toy named after the Power Goat, and I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm not either, really.
I'm not surprised, no.
I would want to know what if you were going to name sex toys off the Headyverse, who would they be and what would their what would be their discerning factor be? So what would be the Power Goat?
I don't have these sick desires of like seeing like somebody else like what the fuck is up with that? I mean, like he's like fascinated. He wants to live through his wrestlers.
Yeah,
and not so much as just live through them. He wants to like be them as they're fucking somebody. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
that's
well,
what he wants.
It goes back to all the stories how he would take the finishers back in like the bars. He'd have all the guys do like the doomsday device on him. He really wanted to be. And then was it always a sexual thing back then, or did it morph because then the one thing she said that he pretended to be Brock and like was open hand slapping her and pinning her and pushing her and like fisting her and like. And this stuff I don't want to laugh about because like he would like injure inserting stuff that's like sex toys that aren't supposed
which
to
is
be
horrible.
inserted.
I mean, that's just like what the hell's with this guy? I mean, he's like a sadist. But yeah, I mean, and like he said, like he wanted her to be with Brock because or you know, a former UFC champion or however allegedly we're supposed to say this. Because like he wanted to like see her get mauled by him, and it's like what the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, and he wanted to see her like take on like multiple black men and like take on 12 people at a time, like 3 at a time, and
that's just craziness.
It was about back onto the sex toy stuff. It made me think. I remember Saturn used to, in shoot interviews, talked about how excited Vince would be when he told them about being with the rats and actually using Moppy on them as a sex toy, and how Vince got all excited about that. And I'm like, did that give Vince ideas to start doing that, or was he all into it already and like, oh yeah, pal, this is got right up my alley?
And all these years we've wondered, like, why does Vince push these guys so hard? And it's like, why won't he let like other people come in? Because like he's like picturing being them. That's why. And he loves them so much. He wants to be them while he's like having sexual intercourse and God knows what else. Like, can we just get the people to with the straight jackets already? I mean, just cart him away. I mean, this is definitely a man who might allegedly be a threat to society.
Yeah, I don't. Beyond like paying money or stuff, this is like criminal activities.
Yes,
it makes you. How did he? How? Because people talk about like you can like I think like like sexual predators can sense like people who are potential preys. Also, do you think he could sense as soon as he met John Laurinaitis like that they were like they had this common bond, like
kindred spirits?
This is my plan. This is like man.
I think that's what it was. Honestly, I think that's why we
too.
don't know a lot of this stuff, like all the real crazy details. Some of the other stuff, like John Laurinaitis standing foot at the plane while there's like a female diva or whatever having a private meeting with Vince.
Mm-hmm.
That's stuff that people could observe.
Right.
Now, like the real craziness stuff, like, I mean, that's stuff that we didn't know about, I mean, good God. But I think that's why he was like, here's like my partner in crime, like John Laurinaitis. And it explains a lot because everybody was like, what the fuck is John Laurinaitis, like, head of talent relations? Like, what the fuck does he even know about any of this?
Yeah.
Like, he was never, like, a huge name. I mean, his brother was definitely bigger in the wrestling business.
Yeah.
And it's
it's like when my mom didn't even know who he was. She just remembered him as that people power guy. And the husband of Bella's mom. And I was like, "Oh, she didn't even remember the dynamic dudes or anything." I was like, "Yeah, I mean, he's never really." Somehow he became kind of big in Japan, and the rumor always was that he was doing stuff with Baba's wife there.
Yeah,
so maybe that he rose to power through his sexual deviance. I don't know.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But it has to be like like honestly, like I think he has to sense it. Because how does that come up otherwise? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And why did he hire him in the first place? Unless
that's why. I mean, I think he wanted him around to help him with these heinous acts. Allegedly.
Yeah. And then so another thing was I heard some people in our group were saying the poop stuff. Oh, it was probably because he's old and he accidentally pooped on her.
No, not from what I've heard.
No, and so according to the thing, he poops on her head, shits on her head, while in a three-way with his physical therapist, and then he goes to take a shower, but orders her to continually sexually gratifying his buddy. Now, if this was an accident, the buddy would also want to leave and take a shower.
Yeah.
If you were having sex with a woman and your buddy pooped all over her head, you wouldn't be like, I'm just going to keep going. This is something that I would assume that has happened before and not only not have a problem with, but must be into, or else you would stop.
I've said it before on the show. It's not one of my favorite quotes that I had, but shit in the air is not a pleasant smell. And so the participants of that, they except for one, they had to be into it to some extent.
Right. I mean, yeah. And he was the only one who because Vince himself went and showered. So maybe I don't want to get too, maybe he did it for that guy. Maybe he knew that's that guy's deal. I'm sure he likes the idea of, who knows, it's all legend, but likes the idea of humiliating her. But the other guy had to be into it or else he would have left too.
So there was like a point where Vince just like did the deed, and then he was like, humiliated her, pal. And then he's like, oh, what's that smell? Oh, fuck.
And then Dutch said,
I need a shower.
Dutch Mantel says everyone knows that Vince loves, the shit humor. He just goes crazy over the shit jokes, and it makes all that stuff even more weird. Mr. Alex789, just wanted to ask if you're aware of the Twitter where there are people who defend Vince saying that the lady initiated the lawsuit as false memory syndrome. Well, it goes beyond that. I mean, people just outright, I know Hannibal is saying like, she took these gifts, so she can't complain. But I mean, that's like, I thought everyone's kind of beyond that. Like everyone kind of knows like that's like a cycle where an abuser, abuses their wife, their significant other, showers them with gifts. And that doesn't mean that it's okay, that they're okay with it. I mean, that's not, I mean, that's a thing that happens in these abusers' lives. That's like a common thing. You know what I mean? And I think most people kind of have that knowledge already. You know what I mean? I think so I'm really surprised that there are people who still act like, oh, she didn't care. She took these gifts or whatever. If anything, I think that shows more guilt on him where he knew he did something wrong. And now I'm going to give you all these, gift cards and gifts and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do think she should have like tried to get away at some point, but I mean, so I do think there was a degree of like her being all right with it. I mean, not all right, but I mean, I'm sure she was traumatized, but it's like, why did she not just get a job elsewhere or get away from this person?
I think if you read the stuff about how he coerced her, and I mean, this is a common thing.
I did hear Dutch say that he felt that she was like scared out of her mind at this person, which I could see that.
And I think this is,
and they did live in the same building.
A predator can, sense their prey and know this is a person that they can victimize.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe she didn't. I don't know. I can't really speculate on all that, but it just seems crazy, the whole situation. But yeah, I never felt so disgusting in my life than hearing about Vince McMahon and these allegations. It is just
yeah, it's horrible stuff, and this is so in 2022, Biden signed a thing where the NDAs are not lawful if they are about sex crimes. Which to me is if you think about it, that should have been a thing anyway. Like, you shouldn't be able to make someone sign, even if you give them money, sign this that you can't talk about a crime, any crime I've done against you. That's like blackmail, honestly, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But it's not retroactive. So any of the NDAs before this that would involve actual sex crimes, I guess could still be enforced. Unless the judge does say that this cannot be enforced, which could open up all the other NDAs to come out. I don't know. So if they do, though, there's multiple NDAs. Do they have similar things? Do some of them even have worse? I don't know.
Yeah.
People don't even know who they're with. They know that they're with former employees. People have speculated who they are, but no one knows for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, so you have the people who are like taken up for Vince, and it's like, but we have like we know that there's several NDAs, several, and they're all female as far as we know. I mean, so I think that's like, a pretty good indication that maybe a lot of this stuff has been going on for quite a while. I mean, and we always thought that him and Linda were still together up until a few years ago, and we found out that they've been separated for a long time. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Some of his comments are just kind of dumb, though. Like, we all know about Pat Patterson. Well, Pat Patterson didn't do anything. I mean, he was falsely accused by superstar Billy Graham, who then said it wasn't true. So, I mean, so Pat, he lied about him.
See, that's the thing. The accusation and just claiming it against somebody is pretty, it's pretty damning. Just to have the accusation thrown at him. I know Pat refused to go to the Hall of Fame when Billy Graham was being inducted because of that.
Which I don't blame him.
Yeah. So, I mean, even people today can still, bring that up because they don't know that Billy Graham retracted that. What was that last one you brought up?
Jackson asked, "Is Nick actually Vince McMahon?"
Is Nick actually?
The guy that's kind of not necessarily defending, but saying we shouldn't be surprised. But I don't know. Anyone can be like, you shouldn't be surprised by any of this. I mean, all these and honestly, if you just assumed all these details beforehand, why? I can't imagine anyone just assumed like Vince was raping people and gang raping people.
Yeah, I mean, and like having sex toys named after the wrestlers. How are you not? You can't make this shit up. I mean, who would ever figured? You know?
Am I surprised by like sex stuff going on? No, but these levels, yes.
Yeah, to the level is what we're like surprised by.
You're right. No, you're not to be sorry, Nick. I'm just saying. I just, I thought it was a little silly, some of the stuff there. Yeah, I agree. If a coercion is involved, the contract can't be legal enforced.
Oh, I was going to say, like, Vince McMahon, to me, like, how my feelings, he's just like a step above like a serial killer at this point.
Right.
And it's just like, and that's not good.
Yeah.
So like for an NDA to be able to protect somebody like that, it shouldn't be the case at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there should never be a contract like protect somebody.
I mean, it's based. Yeah, like sign this contract that says you can't talk about all these crimes that I've committed, and then I'll pay you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's basically saying you can buy your way out of crimes.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like that shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be able to have a contract to cover up some sort of crime that you've done.
Right. So yeah, and you can there's 60 something pages. I'm sure more will come out. There's more text, they say. I guess maybe they won't come out because I assume this. I can't imagine this will go to trial because I imagine they're going to settle this out of court because it's just, probably the worst. The worst PR you could possibly imagine. They signed this giant multi-billion-dollar deal with Netflix. I am surprised that Vince stepped down again. I
bet Netflix is thrilled. They're like, oh boy, we just made this huge announcement and look what we got.
Yeah, Nick, NDAs are garbage. Even therapists and doctors are obligated to report crimes. I think it's actually they're only obligated to report if it's someone's going to commit a new crime. I think if someone actually did commit one, a doctor or therapist can. But I'm not positive there. But yeah. I do agree, though. I do agree, Nick, that I think that stuff's awful. But like I said, in 2022, they signed it where you can't sign an NDA that's about sex crimes cannot be enforced. Which it's weird that even had to become a law. That it just
it's kind of like how who made that decision?
Like who would be against
it? You would have thought
I'm against this. I think you should be able to pay your way out of sex crime.
Yeah, you would have thought that one would have already been taken care of, before 2022. But yeah,
Thank you,
I said though,
Jackson sending me the link, by the way.
Oh, you got the whole thing.
Yeah, but I mean it's 60-something pages. So.
My goodness.
But the just so people know, because I do think there's an idea that it's against McMahon only, and it's just like one person, but it is the plaintiff versus World Wrestling Entertainment, Vince McMahon, and John Laurinaitis. All three are named as defendants.
Yeah, so if all three of those are named as the defendants, I mean, Triple H should be aware of this, or I know he's aware of it, but I mean, to just say I hadn't read it, I mean, he should have just said no comment, or I don't know. He shouldn't have had the press conference.
Yeah. I don't even know if there's really a right thing to say, honestly. But you can't just come out there and act like nothing's happening and be like, hey, wasn't that a great show? And I don't like it's just like crazy to me. Like, just don't do a press conference then. I don't even know what the benefit. What are the benefits of these press conferences? Who do they benefit? I think it's one of two things. You either get like kind of markish questions, which just comes off as cheesy, like, oh, what did you think of so and so in this match? Oh, blah blah, and they make up some bullshit thing, or someone asks real questions, and then like you either can't answer them, or you look bad. So I think you're either going to come off super cheesy or you come off bad. I don't really see any benefit to these. I definitely think the potential for negatives far outweigh any positives out of these media scrums.
For sure. Yeah, and like I know Tony, he's been like, everybody talks about him with the wig. It was a hat actually, and like the glasses, and he was answering questions about the Chris Jericho allegations that turned out to be a big farce to an extent. I mean, the reporter just made it up. But anyways, everybody talks about Tony answering that question, like looking like an idiot at the time, and there is no good that comes out of those press conferences. I mean, do I enjoy watching them? Yeah, but should they happen?
For the company, I don't see any benefit.
Yeah, it doesn't serve the company very good.
I enjoyed watching the Punk one. It was one of the most entertaining things, but was that good for AEW? Not at all.
No.
I think it really happened. Punk maybe would still be there. I don't know. He might not. Still might. But we wouldn't have known all this stuff. It wouldn't have been out and I think that really hurt the public image of AEW.
Well, that was one of the first times that people started like talking poorly of Tony because he was sitting there and not really ending it, which
Yeah.
I'm really not sure what he could have done, but I mean,
look, I'll say this about Tony Khan. Do I think he's perfect? No. Do I think he's kind of a dorky guy? Yeah, that actually does not bother me. Do I think he should stay off social media? Absolutely. I said this many times. But at the end of the day, I would much rather have a guy who maybe, hugs the wrestlers and shows his love of professional wrestling. Maybe to a kind of like, he's kind of a loser kind of extent. That's much better to me than someone who's, sexually assaulting their employees and I would much rather have the guy hugging the wrestlers. But I do think there are people who think that's worse. They would rather have someone who's the alpha male who's having his way with the employees as opposed to a guy who hugs wrestlers. And I think that's very bizarre.
So Tony Khan doesn't have like a case full of dildos.
Not to I have no idea. I don't know much about. I don't believe so, but I'm just saying that fact about him is not.
Here's
a big
the
deal.
Bryan Danielson.
Yeah.
Here's the who's another guy? I'm trying to think
Tony
of somebody
Khan is
who would
still
be
a
funny.
company with a lot of money on the line. I don't think they'll. I mean, I think it's obvious they're not. They basically forced Vince out. I think that's obvious. He stepped down. And they're distancing himself from Vince. So.
Well, I think the Slim Jim, like saying they're going to pull out, had a lot for them to use.
Yeah, because they always go on about that being like the biggest like sponsor. I don't know, maybe the biggest sponsor of anything. I don't know. It's some insane deal. And then we saw they were back on there. So
they got him back. And I think it had a lot to do with Vince stepping down. And I think that was probably one of their main concerns about the company. And they were like totally like just blowing Slim Jim. They had it all over the post, Slim Jim, and they had like a big crowd with Slim Jims in their hands, and they were just all about some Slim Jim that night. And then Pat McAfee, he goes, "Oh, I love the tube meat," and I'm like, "You motherfucker, shut the fuck up!" They're trying to smooth things over with this company. You don't need to be cracking dumb jokes about them right now. He is, and then they're like, "Well, let's give this guy a job." After he said something like that, you fucking dumbass.
Tony Khan is a coward who will be tweeting about Vince until the cows come home. Nah, I think that's a mistake to do that. You look kind of gross if you run the other company and you're going on about that.
Mm-hmm. He might call them bald assholes, but he's not.
TKO might defend him. I do not see that happening at all. I think that would be a giant mistake.
I think they're done with Vince. I think they've got what they wanted. They got the company, and I don't think they want anything to do with him.
No, I don't think there's really a benefit at this point. It would just be huge negatives. The Miro, I don't know what that's in reference to, but that is that
the dildo.
Oh,
the Miro.
I will say the stuff with Miro and was always odd. Miro, and they always said that Vince thought Lana was too hot for Miro, and now you look back on that and who knows what I think we kind of know what the motive was, honestly. And then
what was going through Vince's head?
Yeah, and he really humiliated Lana at the end before she ended up getting let go.
Yeah,
remember she was getting thrown through the tables. Now that who knows, that could just be him being an ass, but who knows? I mean, you got to question everything, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that was some strange business. Some really strange business, if you want to bring it up. That was the Ashley Mazzaro story. I mean, at the time I was like, I don't know if I really believe that, but now it's like, I don't know. Maybe there was something.
I think there's something. There has to be something to it. I think on some level. And Paul London, I heard recently talk about it. And he was saying like she would be physically like shaking after her meetings with Vince.
Yeah, I heard him say she was an all right actor, but she wasn't that good.
Yeah, And sadly, everyone knows she ended up committing suicide.
Yeah, and geez.
Yeah, I agree with this. I honestly think they're going to clear out anyone that still has close ties to Vince. I think they've been doing that slowly.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Kevin
I
Dunn's
think
gone. A lot of people we don't know is gone.
I think Ronda Rousey listens to the program because she's all over Bruce Pritchard.
Yeah, she was like she called Bruce Pritchard Vince's avatar, basically like, as long as he's there. I am surprised that he's still there at this point, but I do not foresee that lasting.
Mm-hmm. He came up with that brilliant CM Punk promo where he said he was home. What a mind for the business.
I watched this week. The only thing I saw from Raw this week was the promo by Punk. I saw some people saying it was brilliant, some people not too. I'm a big Punk fan, and so I'll be honest, but I didn't think it was a great promo.
I haven't seen it.
He just talked about, like, he seemed really down, and I don't blame him, and then, like, there's always next, but he didn't even say, like, maybe it's just not in the cards, which is kind of sad, but it's true though. Maybe it's just not on the cards for me ever main eventing WrestleMania. And then he's like, but I've done great, and I'm like, he's almost trying to convince himself in a way, like, I've done great, which he has done great things. There's no denying that, obviously. And then he brought up, like, I'm the best in the world, and that doesn't mean I always win. Look at me in the UFC. I didn't do great there, but I did it. And I'm thinking, yeah, I guess, but
I don't think that was an accurate summary of I didn't do great.
I don't think you could be like, I'm the best in the world. Look at my stuff in UFC. Like, what?
No, don't look at your stuff in UFC. That was embarrassing.
Here's
what I'll say.
If you're the best in the world, that does mean you win, though. I think.
Yeah.
What does it mean then? It just means I try stuff.
You don't get beat by the bottom of the barrel. I will say this. I want to say something uplifting. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise for CM Punk. Do you want to be at the WrestleMania with all this stuff going on?
That's true.
So maybe you do want to wait till next year when maybe this stuff has died down. It may still be going on. You don't know.
I'm a Punk fan. I would love it if he could come back and actually have a great run. But if you ask me my personal, like, my real thoughts on it, is I think it's his body's just going to keep breaking down, and he can't do it. If he does come back, I think he's got to wrestle a completely different style, which is fine, because when someone's that over, they don't need to do all the stuff they used to do, because the fans are. He could go out there and do, I cannot say nothing, but he could go out there and do much less, and the people will react because you see him Punk. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to take a lot of bumps and really go all out. It just works smarter. I mean, it's either that, or I just think he's just got to, give it up.
Well, what didn't he get the injury from the move from Drew McIntyre where he does the kick?
No, he said. Well, he said he got it from the DDT.
The DDT.
Yeah,
McIntyre gave it to him.
Yeah.
Did he just take it wrong, or
I don't know? But he tore the opposite tricep that he tore last time. So now he has a torn tricep on both arms.
On both arms.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, it's probably overcompensating for one arm. That usually happens with people with injuries. Then so if, like, you're hurt here, when you take bumps, you're going to put more pressure on the other one. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's too bad. I don't like to see anyone hurt. I don't get pleasure from that at all. I actually genuinely like Punk, and I think he's good on TV and all this stuff. But I just don't think it looks like it's smart to continue.
Jonathan Jackson, he has a quote from John Cena from Wrestling Inc.
I love Vince McMahon. John Cena said he's everything you could want in a friend, business partner, father, mentor. I love the man. I remember I was thinking this didn't age well, but even at the time, I didn't think it came off well. when Ric Flair was on Joe Rogan not that long ago, and they were talking about this same case, but it was before all the details came out, and they were just laughing and saying how, yeah, of course Vince loves the fuck, and then like Ric Flair was saying he's like a personal hero of his and stuff, and I was like, man, that's coming off really nice now. So I thought about if someone would, I always thought about doing it, but if you would take all that footage and you'd like intersect like the actual allegations, and then you have like Joe Rogan and Vince just laughing, or Ric Flair laughing and saying how great Vince is, like, man, this is pretty messed up.
Yeah, really.
Where's your Punk shirt? I mean, I have the hat upstairs. I actually was almost gonna wear it tonight, but I grabbed my AEW one. I still wear the hat, and I mean, I wear many. I have many wrestling shirts, so I wore this because I just got it in the last crate, Macho Man. I liked it.
So, what possible match can they put Seth Rollins in that's gonna be good? I mean,
I saw they saying Gunther, which, okay, I love Gunther, and for me as a fan, I would like to see Gunther like win the title and all this stuff, but I can't fool myself. I can't be dishonest or anything. That's nowhere near the that's not going to have the fan interest that CM Punk does.
No,
it just isn't. It's a good match. Plus,
I like Gunther. It doesn't have that big WrestleMania feel to it. It doesn't have like, and I don't want Gunther just going up there to job for Seth Rollins.
I think,
especially if he's hurt, if he's not even 100%. So I don't know. I'm having trouble thinking of anybody that would. I guess Randy would be but man, that don't sound like a very good match.
I'd put Braun. I'd really go with Braun. I think if you went with Braun right now, you'd have a new superstar. You need new stars because
that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, a lot of your stars now are guys that are either limited or only. I don't mean limited in the ring, but limited where they only wrestle so many times a year, or older guys that are injured. A lot of injuries, or just stale, been around a while. So you have Braun, maybe he wins the Elimination Chamber, get a big push here, and go with that. I would like to see that.
That's true. I think that could be good. I think that's a pretty good pick, really. I like that.
Yeah.
So Braun Breaker.
Yeah.
And Seth Rollins.
Yeah. You get a potential star, right away.
Mm-hmm.
I would like it.
And it's going to be the first night, I would say, and then
and maybe
Cody
maybe have the women's match main event the first night, and then have Reigns, main event the second night.
Yeah, I heard Drew McIntyre kicked out Cody Rhodes' tooth, so I appreciate that, Drew. Thank you, sir.
It's weird because I don't think he's re-signed, but I assume like he's by the use of him, I assume he's staying. And they also had Sami Zayn helping Punk, so I assume we'll probably see like Drew versus Sami Zayn in Elimination Chamber. Maybe I guess maybe it'll be Drew McIntyre in the versus Seth Rollins, I guess.
It's possible, yeah.
I like the Braun idea, but I'm not against Drew McIntyre in this spot.
I like Drew. I think Drew's been doing some good stuff as far as promos and everything. And I think he really delivers, and he makes you feel like what he's saying whenever he's out there. So
I agree with this. Just hope Braun doesn't think like his dad, and he'll be fine. I agree. I mean, I think most people would agree with that. Hopefully, but I'm a Braun fan, so I'd like to.
I haven't seen a whole lot of his stuff, but like if he just goes out there and gets down on his fours and starts barking and doing the headbutt, I don't think that's going to work very well.
No, but I like the big suplexes. I'm a mark for the stiff clotheslines. I like all that stuff, so I'm into it. Kind of wrestler I like. I like the physical guys. So it'll be an interesting time to see what happens. So you want to take some calls here?
Certainly.
And please be aware we're on YouTube. So anyone who calls in, use sense. Don't say anything that will get us kicked off YouTube, if you catch my drift.
I haven't said anything, have I?
No. You're a good man.
Okay. Just making sure.
All right. Video in and talk the wrestling. Another thing, if Vince had just if he didn't stop paying the NDA, maybe this wouldn't have come out. So that wasn't a very bright thing, I don't think.
No.
But
it
like
wasn't.
we said, it that kind of thing shouldn't even like be
allowed to cover up crimes. I mean, it's just I don't know. Like she could be wanting not to like be embarrassed by all these details being let out, so I could see why. I mean, she would just accept the NDA terms, I guess, but
I mean, by the way, is written. What is written there is kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna, this stuff will get out, and you'll be like ruined, and like you'll be embarrassed. So just sign this. And...
Yeah, but I don't know. Toronto Stevie knows everything about everything.
Well, how was your week?
It was probably one of the best weeks I've ever had. Very productive week for me.
On a positive side, I've launched I started a new deal. The Pioneers of Professional Wrestling. It's a series of t-shirts, and here are the first two. We have Martin Farmer Burns and Ed Strangler Lewis, and those are available on, let me find my link here, TeePublic. So message me if you want the link, TeePublic, or look up IYH Wrestling on TeePublic, and you can check these out. I think they're at, let me see. Let me get the link. teepublic.com/user/IYH Wrestling. They're pretty rocking. I'm going to launch a new one of these every week. I actually already have the third one made, and I'll put that up later this week. But these are the first two. You can also get them in stickers, magnets, hoodies, women's shirts, all that kind of stuff. Ed Strangler Lewis and Martin Farmer Burns. And so the third one will be up this weekend.
Oh, man, we got some more people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You snuck them right in there, Jackie Jones.
Sneaking them in. Oh, yeah. Thinking, yeah. We got BBS, Sneak Master 420, yeah. In the danger zone, yeah. In Goosey.
Oh, yeah.
Goosey! Goose is on the loose.
You think Vince McMahon had a special toy for every city they stopped in?
Maybe it's like
they go to someplace in Germany and he called it the Ludwig Borga.
But he's not a fan of putting people over in their hometown.
That's true. That's true.
Maybe he had their rival make a run in instead.
It also brings a new meaning. Jim Ross used to say the first time he met Vince, he said, you have to not only get used to eating shit, but you have to learn to love the taste of it.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff's whacked out anyway, but now you think about it, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with this man?
I've been supporting a psychopath all my life, but just about giving him money. Lexar's up for that. He's like, yes, support them.
Get on my forehead all you want, boy.
What's on your mind, Stevie, up in Toronto town?
Oh, well, I did get to see the Royal Rumble, and I thought, the crowd was really cheering for Bayley winning the Royal Rumble. And by the way, I called that finish. I said Cody was going to eliminate Punk, and sure enough, they were the final two. And
so you're to blame for this, Steven. You're to blame.
Sure, but it sucks that I got Pat McAfee in the Royal Rumble contest.
He got Pat McAfee. That's rough.
Yeah. Our winners are Dobbs, Dean Maya. He won the ladies' Royal Rumble with
Congratulations,
Bayley.
Dobbs.
Yes. And Jonathan Jackson won the men's with
so he's won it twice now?
Well, last year he didn't technically win. Actually, Steve Simmons won it 2 years in a row, and then he gave out his Royal Rumble prize to Jonathan Jackson.
Oh, I see. So
I don't want to put Jackson on the line. Does Jackson want a second Royal Rumble figure with something new going on? Or does he want to? I'm not saying he has to. He has no obligation to. What does he want to do with his Rumble prize? We'll have to find this.
He could have like a pizza cutter in this one or something.
He does have. He has a pizza cutter in the other one.
Well, what's another one of his props? Maybe he could have his dog with him, like and then, or
yeah, that's true. Kevin's dog.
I like when he blows up.
You could just blow up. You could have a yellow hat.
Or like when he twitches a lot. Like you should make the twitch face. Like,
damn,
that'd be cool.
I think a yellow hat. I don't know. I might have put a yellow hat on him already. We'll find out. Whatever he wants to do. He could have a black T-shirt instead of the tie-dye. I mean, it'll make it a lot easier for me if he just wants one.
Just something easy that you can switch real fast.
Boom, change the color of the shirt. Whatever he wants to do, it's up to him. It is his prize to do as he pleases. And Dobbs did send me some photos, Jackson, to use for his. I met Dobbs in person, so I have seen his beautiful face.
Does he look like Elvis Presley?
Elvis. He looks like. The reason why he doesn't show his face on Facebook is, people will just go mad out of the beauty. They're like, there's so much beauty there, and I can't, be in his presence.
I looked at his face for a long time I downloaded his Facebook photo and used it in a video, so I just stared at his face.
Did you get a plastic bag and do the Lexar?
My phone, yeah.
Did you pavo yourself?
Yeah.
Man, Papa, I wonder if he has any stories he could have told about.
Yeah, what Vince does makes Lanny look like a saint.
Alrighty. Oh shit. We're up to over 20 grand on our Kickstarter. We've got the last 2 days to go. So if you would like to help out to get the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2 released, you can also get the special edition double disc Blu-ray, which will have tons of specials and a slipcover that you can only get through the Kickstarter. You can do that. You can also get all kinds of cool perks. Check that out, withoutyourhead.com/touchdown.
I'm getting the Blu-ray.
Good man.
Blu-ray 2-disc. Chock full.
Set. So I filmed 19 hours of BTS footage when we filmed End Zone 2, which is being edited down. That'll be on the specials. There's a special Backwoods Bob interview that was shot in full character. That'll be a special on the Blu-ray. Lots of deleted scenes, lots of cool stuff. Commentary tracks. There'll be 3 commentary tracks at least. There's a commentary track with Michael St. Michaels of the Greasy Strangler and Bill Whedon and AJ Cutler. There's a commentary track with me, Michaels, and Sophia on both End Zone 2 and on Once and Future Smash. My first time recording a commentary track. So that'll be on there. It's going to be a lot of cool stuff.
Wow.
All right. What's on your mind, baby? Snake Ass Master 420. Doctor, say that whole name every time?
Yeah, you could call me whatever you want.
Right.
That's just my shocking internet handle.
Damn, I'm shocked.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just...
By the way, Benji wants to know if he videos in, does he have to be on camera? No, but you will have to be on audio. Go on.
Oh, No, I don't know. I've just been like watching what, like, especially like the old timer wrestler people have to say a lot.
Hell yeah!
And like,
that reminds me. Boom! Look at this. The pioneers of professional wrestling. Martin Farmer Burns, Ed Strangler Lewis. Look at those t-shirts are really rocking.
Nice. Thank God they died so they didn't have to know about all this crap.
Those are some old timers right there.
Yeah.
Those are cool, yeah.
Thank
I found a YouTube channel, that has a whole bunch of those older matches on it. So I'm like excited.
Yeah, I'm gonna release one every week. Those are the first two out there.
Heck yeah.
Here was he does not have a yellow hat here. This was Jonathan Jackson's Royal Rumble from this year. It's pretty rocking, or from last year. Yeah. So he can either get an updated one. I'll throw a yellow hat on there, maybe a black shirt, maybe a tank top.
Maybe he could take the mask down because COVID's over.
It's true. He could show them the face, maybe a blue mask.
Apparently it's over, but
yeah, but I think he wears it because he's part of the Bloods.
Yes.
No, he's not part of the Bloods.
Oh, all right. All right. So what's on your mind, Goosey?
I saw. What was it I was watching? Jade Cargill looked pretty good. I would say.
I'm a fan. I like her. I was happy to see her out there and get a good reaction.
She looked ripped too. She was like.
I was able to watch both Rumble matches. I could give a shit less about the Fatal 4-Way or the Logan Paul versus Kevin Owens, although I saw Owens wrestled with a broken foot. But there's just too much filler on this roster. Like, I casually watched Raw, and I couldn't tell you who the fucking Ivy Nile was. Alba Fire, like.
Yeah,
I don't know the majority of the people not the majority, but I know quite a bit of the people.
I think it's starting to create for lackluster Royal Rumbles.
These are all the people that Vince told Triple H not to push, and Triple H was like, "No, I'm pushing them."
Like even back in the day, you knew like an X-Pac or a fucking Road Dogg or those guys who were Scotty Too Hottie who were the filler. Nowadays, it's just like, huh? Who the fuck is this?
Yeah, and a lot of those guys, though, they are just older nowadays. Maybe they can't even go over the top rope. That is a pretty big task. Go over the top rope.
I mean, you could bring in a younger legend like X-Pac or the Highlanders.
The Highlanders, you say? Robbie and Rory?
Yes, I mean, some of these legends still wrestle out there, like Mosh and Thrasher. They still wrestle. I mean, there's a lot of guys you could do.
Or who?
Tommy Dreamer, Rhino. They had TNA, women on there, so they could bring in one of the.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's not a shortage of legends out there. Abyss.
Yeah, what the hell? Why? Yeah.
I like it when somebody it comes in.
Why don't they bring back Carlito's brother?
Primo and Epico?
Primo and Epico, yeah.
Well, I mean, that would be about the same as having, these other guys on there that you don't know. But there's other people out there. You don't think Brutus Beefcake could take a bump? I'm sure he could take it.
I don't know.
He'll break his face again, man.
Oh, what about Hogan? You think
he's gonna do, brother?
Know. Maybe they could bring out AI Hogan that they had for the commercial, and like have him wrestle.
Hogan commercial.
Disco Inferno. The music. Honestly, the music hits. You don't think that would get a pop? Disco Inferno walks out.
Oh
there,
yeah,
that'd be the ultimate olive branch there. But
and then out of the other entrance, Alex Riley comes out. They have
Das Wunderkind Alex Wright comes out.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I meant.
I'd be into it.
Jaw WCW explosion off.
Hell yeah.
Damien Sandow comes out. No, that'd be fucking awesome.
Bring Wildcat Willie out. Have him actually get in the ring. Remember Wildcat Willie?
Oh yeah. Sergeant Slaughter.
Mm-hmm.
He might
Sergeant Slaughter.
Someone like that might be above, taking above. But there's legends out there. Alex Riley for president, Jonathan Jackson saying.
Hell yeah. Alex
I still remember the
Riley.
Rumble when Alex Riley actually wasn't supposed to get eliminated and did, and then had to run back to the ring.
I wonder if there's anything to the because Alex Riley kind of seemed to get like the shaft from Cena and stuff. Beefcake was in the bedroom.
Oh yeah.
When I was on a show with Beefcake, and I like Bruce Beefcake, but the guy was probably at the time pushing 60, and he had like the fishnets on like he used to wear, which is fine. But he had like he had pierced nipples, and there was just something weird about a man like almost 60 with pierced nipples.
Oh, I had an appointment to get mine pierced next week.
Really?
Yeah.
I could see that. You should do that, and then start doing the show topless with your.
You should do it live on the air.
Yeah, that would be good. That would
open
probably
the show with Incher getting his nipples pierced.
By the way, people,
I can't do the show topless. Lexar would start recording me.
That's true. He'd be like, "Shake that ass, baby." Yeah. Oh, Incher.
You can just isolate a frame in here if you want. Like
everyone out there listening to this, don't be a bitch. Fill out fill out the Headies ballot. It's on the group page. Do it. You don't if you can't fill out all of them, that's fine. Fill out as many as you can, or as little as you can, and send them to me. No stupid joke picks. It's just a waste of your time, my time, everyone's time. They're never funny, and they're not going to be used anyway. So just fill it out with like your real picks. Send it to me as soon as possible, because we're going to do the Headies in February. Go13 and anyone else who's not on social media, email me at iyhwrestling@gmail.com for a ballot, or find folks like Dave Deadman, who is on Instagram but not on Facebook. You can message me on there. I'm iyhwrestling on Instagram or Without Your Head. I don't have a personal Instagram, but I'm on both. I'm on there as In Your Head and Without Your Head. Message me, get the ballot, send it in. Don't be a biatch. Who the hell uses? Lots of people use email, dumbass. But yeah, he's text. That's another thing about those things. Vince was like, John Laurinaitis can get like sloppy and like get all this information out there while we're sitting here reading all his texts.
yeah.
That damn Johnny Ace. He should know better than that.
There aren't any wires coming out of cell phones, so he doesn't think they could tap them, probably.
I liked how he would use like just you instead of like spelling the word you, and like
from what I heard, that's like if people who know him know, that's what he does.
Yeah.
What? I was listening to Jim Cornette just right now, and he was like, "I never seen him text."
Yeah, well, I've heard the opposite from everyone else who does like text with him. But has Jim Cornette really texted with them? Probably
Well,
not.
no, he said he hadn't ever received one because he hadn't worked with them after '96.
He had a really strange take because he was like, if I knew the side of Vince, I would have liked working for him better. I'm like, I don't know if that's really like what you should be saying, buddy.
I just watched a video that came out an hour before this, and that he like apologized for making all those jokes. So.
Yeah. Not secure. I mean, we're talking about a heady ballot. Like if your heady ballot for some reason someone hacks in and reads your heady ballot, is this going to be the end of the world for any of you? You can't live in like constant fear of everything. I mean,
boy, if somebody's out there hacking awards from our internet wrestling radio show ballots. We got Scrum.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like you can't worry. There's a limit of stuff you can worry about, or else you're not gonna live life of any kind.
If somebody hacked our ballots, would we just not go ahead and do the show anyhow?
We must have a recount.
Yeah, election interference. Start the investigation. Call up the FBI. Blame the Russians.
That would be a good angle here on the show. Good, but no, everything's.
I get impeached. I need me from the show.
Impeach injured.
We'll give a vote to impeach the man. I like it. What's on your mind, Vic Schiavone?
Well, we had our Royal Rumble party.
We did.
The pizza was real good.
Oh, that's good.
Did you get it from the new place that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, by the time we left, they had an hour wait. That's how popular they are. So
dang, an hour wait.
Yeah.
Did you actually go to it, or did you?
Yeah, we went
order
to it. Placed our order, then did some other stuff and came back. So
I see.
The pizza was better than the actual show. I mean, it was okay. We had fun.
Yeah.
So
sound like you got a cold.
A little bit. It's been a rough January, Jack.
Yeah, I'm over my cold, but I had a cold for a couple weeks.
So
did you give Goosey a slice of pizza? He's got a pizza.
I think you asked if he gave him the cold, but yeah, he said, yeah, Vic's a good man. He sent Goosey over a slice.
I think that's what I had earlier. Some nice Red Baron, it looks like.
God, you guys are fucking lame as fuck. But you're good. You're good folks. You're good folks.
So, but watch a little bit of Raw. I won't ruin the Raw report, but interesting segment I thought with Cody and Seth Rollins. Something I honestly wasn't expecting. So,
all right,
I probably would have watched Raw if Cody had lost, but when Cody won, it kind of takes a lot of my wanting to watch Raw out of me. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, when Cody wins, he starts handing out the bags to the audience. Like just put it on.
It was funny when I watched the bit though. I watched the Punk thing, and Punk comes out, and some kids like making him sign his belt, and Punk's in there with like a brace on his arm, and he's like, he did it, but I was like, what the hell, man? Like, that's nice, he did it, but when you're for the kid's dad, like, don't bother this guy. He's got his arms fucking falling off. What did you get on your pizza, Vic?
What did I get on my pizza? Well, my friend JD came over, and all he wanted was pepperoni, and I managed to talk him into to put onions and bacon on it also. But thought that was pretty. This place, you can go in there and they got like 20 toppings, and you can get all of them if you wanted. He just wanted pepperoni, but you want to be nice to your guests. So.
Yeah, I'd smack them around.
But it was still good.
Yeah, no, that's good. Pizza's almost always good.
You can't go wrong.
Even like a subpar pizza is still pretty good for the most part.
Even a frozen pizza
is.
Magnifico.
Do you eat it still frozen? Do you just like lick it like a popsicle?
Only when I'm really hungry.
I could see you doing that, honestly.
Even at number 7, my draw, I really thought I had something in the Women's Rumble when Asuka walked out.
Yeah.
She didn't last long. So.
No, I was really surprised. That was one part that I thought was weird about the Rumble was they threw out all Bailey's friends, and then Bailey's like, "Oh, our like plan was ruined," but then she ended up winning anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Say tuna fish and meatballs like the nerds in the Quiet Riot music video party for. I don't know that.
What? All I know is I had the
toppings. Is that what he's talking about?
I guess. Did you ever
my Royal Rumble grouping was Nia Jax and Ivar, and I was pumped, man.
Ivar was the one that's like the name I used every reference of someone who's going to lose the Rumble. Like every time I'd say, "Oh, when the number hits down, and now comes Ivar," and then you got him. So that's pretty sweet.
I don't even remember who I had in the men's rumble. It was somebody from the LWO, but
yeah, there was
maybe somebody who turned on the LW. I don't know.
There was a lot of people in there. I was like, here's another person I know who's got no shot of doing anything. Kofi was didn't even do anything cool. He just got thrown out.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was gonna make you come on the show and admit how wrong you were. Because Kofi didn't do anything. Last week you predicted that he was going to do something, but he just got thrown right out.
Yeah,
so
what a bum.
You were 100% wrong.
What a bum. Gogo says it looks like Vic has pepperoni on the wall behind him.
The turtle?
Yeah, he must
a
think
turtle.
That's a turtle. See?
Oh,
yeah. That's his legs swimming.
Actually,
Lexar
the turtle
looks like you're
Finding Nemo is who it is.
Oh, all right. Lexar looks like he's about ready to fall asleep. I'm thinking about, so Lexar tagged me in a thing. There's one of these deathmatch wrestling shows coming to it says Boston, which is not really Boston, but it's in Cambridge, which is near Boston. That's actually Cambridge is where Harvard is, the school Harvard. Deathmatch wrestling is coming there. It's actually coming to a club that I know, which normally has music, so it's an interesting place to have wrestling. The Middle East. I might go. It's I think it's the 16th. It's a Saturday at 7 p.m. I was thinking, how late do these shows really usually run?
3 hours. There's no intermission though. It just goes match after match after match. Not much like these indie companies which has intermission. There's no intermission.
I don't care about intermission. I just wonder about getting back and taking the bus home. So if it was 3 hours, I could do it. If it's longer than that, if I couldn't get the bus home, I could always go to the casino for the rest of it. So I might go do it. The tickets were $30. Ain't bad. Front row is only 50, but I think they're sold out because they only had 10 seats, only 10 front row seats.
Yeah, it's small. It's small building.
Yeah, it's an odd building to have a wrestling, but it's interesting. It's a building, like I said, it's a restaurant and club, so it'd probably be a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, main event, I think, is Hoodfoot against Ace Romero. Ace Romero used to wrestle for Impact, I think.
What's that? I gotta look this company up now. What was it?
ICW, No Holds Barred, and HB. I used to go to those shows when they come here to Newark. I still go to, but you know what I mean.
No holds barred.
Mm-hmm.
I probably can't bring a backpack. I bet.
I think that you could because they allow, and the building that they always go to, they allow people. They allow fans to bring beer, their own liquor, into the building.
You definitely wouldn't be able to do that here.
Interesting. The building
that would be more of a state thing,
No.
No vaping or smoking in the building.
They do that in that building, and that
there's only 10 third row, second, and front, and then there's 250 general admission. So that's not too bad. Pretty good sized area.
Mm-hmm.
No holds barred. So yeah, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll get my tickets.
Awesome.
Have a good time. I thought it was February, but it says it's March.
No, it's March. It's a March.
Okay, yeah, that's a ways off. Yeah, I'll probably get tickets.
Mm-hmm.
February. The only problem with February is the weather here. I don't know. If it's snowing, it's hard for me to get into the city. But March should be good. I mean, it's possible you have bad weather then, but it's not as fluctuating as February. So, it should probably work out. No holds barred. I don't see where it's listing who's there anywhere. What do you guys think? Should I go to this ICW show?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Maybe we can get Hoodfoot on the show.
He is on the show.
On this show!
On IYA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exclusive interview with Jack and Insure.
Yeah.
He recently lost his American Deathmatch Championship against Matt Tremont over the weekend. In the death match.
Here we go. Oh, I see no holds barred. We've got Little Mean Kathleen versus Danny DeMonto.
That's the owner of the company, Danny DeMonto.
All right. We'll get Danny DeMonto on.
He's got a documentary out on IWTV, the internet wrestling website.
The Pillars with Darren McCarty versus Waves and Curls. I think they actually
Darren
wrestled.
McCarty, wasn't he like a hockey player?
Maybe so, because Boston's a hockey town, so could be. Waves and Curls. They were actually on a AEW show. Is that because they got a really big reaction from the local crowd. Hoodfoot versus Ace Romero. This Ace Romero guy looks like a big dude.
Big man.
Yeah, he's a
big meat slapping meat.
Damn.
He was in Ace Romero was in
hot.
the I think he was in the what's the name of TNA's Battle Royal they do, where they draw the cards and you go to the ring based on the card.
What, that reverse battle royal thing?
Yeah, the Joker's Wild or whatever they call it. He was in that battle royal at the first Vegas show.
Jackson says Lexar thinks he's Hoodfoot. So do you think that Jonathan Jackson is Hoodfoot there? So Jackson has a wig on, he takes it off, and he's Hoodfoot.
Well, he's in fat though. Hoodfoot is a little little fat though. I don't think Jonathan Jackson's
maybe
fat.
Jackson is if he takes his shirt off. You just think he's all lean and jacked. That's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do his Rumble 8-bit as him as Hoodfoot, his alter ego.
Yeah, do it. Do it up.
No holds barred. No holds barred. All right. So what's on your mind, Lexar, besides Hoodfoot?
Well, besides indie wrestling, Chris Jericho announced that there'll be another Jericho Cruise for next year, and it's going to be called 6 on the Beach.
No, man.
How you
Get
like
it in
that?
there. It's like 6 on the beach, but it's 6.
6 on the beach. Is Six Pac going to be there?
From the 6 innuendo at the moment, but
yeah, I don't think that's the best idea. Like one of my favorites is the Iron Savages in ROH, and it's like they do the whole eating ass thing and all that, and it's like maybe they're going to get that nixed from the wake of Vince McMahon's allegations.
it's a weird thing anyway, because what does that lead to? Are they just going to start eating like their opponent's ass? Like, what's like, what is, why even do it? I don't get it.
I don't know, but it's amusing. I find it amusing. Especially when he had the Butcher and the Blade's head side by side, so it looked like two butt cheeks, and he went down and he was like, ah! The Butcher and the Blade.
Yeah, I was thinking they should do a wiping motion before they eat the ass.
Oh, make sure it's clean.
Yeah.
Breaking news. QT Marshall is pissed.
Oh yeah, he's feuding.
Because Daddy Magic announced that his new finishing move is the Diamond Cutter. QT Marshall is pissed. He said, that's bullshit. Diamond Dallas Page gave it to me and taught me how to do it. I haven't been out of the company more than a month, and you already tried to steal it. Daddy Magic says, listen, I don't make the rules. Taz gets into this. The bitch Taz. QT is correct. You have no respect. It's why I very much do not like you.
Does anybody care what Taz thinks anyhow? I mean,
Not me.
For real?
No.
Is this just working stuff?
I hope so.
It's pretty lame if this is what they're really arguing about.
No, those are emails, if I ever heard them.
Someone's favorite
television
is trying to make his long-awaited return. One of the favorite newcomers of last year, but he is not connected to a video or microphone. So you have to connect to something for me to accept you.
I mean, I don't understand.
I just can't
why
connect.
You would call in.
Yeah, I can't connect, but it is a favorite of last year. Owl is actually in a waiting room, but he needs to connect.
Come on, Owl.
Owl
for Rookie of the Year.
Someone might subpoena Annie the Ass Eater. Damn.
Bam.
All right. Booyah! Are we ready for the Raw report?
Yes. Yeah.
Raw report. Raw report. Raw report.
Are you ready? I've got 2 words for you. Raw report.
Wait a minute.
After our 2 hours, a 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking answer. Raw report. Raw report.
I know, fucking incher.
Hell yeah! Booyah! High five, Lexar. High five, boy. Put up there.
That is put up there.
I won't leave you hanging there. There you go.
Yeah.
I got you.
I think you were frozen momentarily there, Lexar. Oh yeah!
Doc me.
Oh yeah, incher. Doc in after midnight. Hope we don't get subpoenaed. All right.
Don't say peanut.
Whoa. That's right. Soon to be the Netflix report. Very strange.
If they tried to subpoena me, Jack, I'd just stick it out and I'd dock them. I'd go, yeah, well, you figure that, buddy.
All right. Time for the Raw report.
Okay, Monday Night Raw is still in Tampa, Florida. And Monday Night Raw, so hot off his fantastic appearance at the Royal Rumble. You suck, Pat McAfee, you piece of shit. Pat McAfee makes his way to the ring. And I guess he's the new color man for Monday Night Raw alongside Michael Cole. So Monday Night Raw, the announced team is now Michael Cole and Pat McAfee. And so he gets in, and so we start off the show with Cult Personality. CM Punk comes to the ring.
Personality.
And he's got the sling on his arm. And well, he's hurt again, folks. I guess this is a legit injury. So he comes out, and first thing he does is, he acknowledges he's torn his tricep, and he says he's not mad at Cody Rhodes. He actually wants to congratulate Cody on winning back-to-back Royal Rumbles.
The personality.
So yeah, you thought this, and he gets the cheap pop by saying it's like the Tampa Bay Lightning going back to back in the Stanley Cup. So yeah, I mean, like, it certainly sounded like this was like a legit injury, and he was kind of sad that he said, I came close in the Royal Rumble, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Sounded like a real loser, I thought.
he doesn't believe in luck, but he feels he's unlucky. But he says, yeah, I tore my right tricep. He said, I tried to tape it up. I'll try to work through it to get to the Elimination Chamber and the main event at Wrestlemania, but it's just not in the cards. But I don't want you to feel sorry for me. He said, when he was a kid, my dream was to main event at Wrestlemania, but it looks like that's not ever going to happen. He's going on. And then he really tries to babyface himself by talking about some kid fighting cancer. I don't know about you guys, but it did seem like, maybe Punk just is not the right person to cut these kinds of promos.
It came out. I don't know. It's not a. I've only seen a couple of the Punk promos on WWE, and neither of them are what his one. He came back, I didn't feel was very genuine, and this one he just kind of came off as like a loser, and it wasn't like it. I don't know. It wasn't very riveting at all, and the crowd was even doing the what chant.
So yeah, like I said, that's why these kinds of promos have to go to the certain kinds of wrestlers. And Punk, he's not the guy to cut, the sort of sympathetic promo or whatever. But just at this point, though, Drew McIntyre's music hits and he comes down to the ring, and the crowd's booing Drew, and so he says, he gets in the ring, he's got a microphone, he says, I said some terrible things about you, Punk, since you made your return to WWE, and I meant every single one of them. You're a terrible person in this business. You're a poison in the locker room. Well, don't hold back there, Drew. Tell us what you really think. He says, I've gone through some changes recently. Not much of a spiritual person, but I want you to know I prayed for you to get injured. I prayed for this to happen. So
that's just how Incher talks to Cody at night. He's praying to the Lord. He's like, oh, my Lord, will you please keep my mom, my dad, my brother safe in your heart? And will you please injure that no good son of a bitch, Cody Rhodes?
Just a little head-on collision.
So Drew says, when I got into the Royal Rumble, I targeted you. I violently assaulted you.
Damn. Who is he, Vince McMahon?
but you eliminated me, and I couldn't sleep. When I heard that you got injured, I slept like a baby. Mission accomplished.
It's a pretty good Drew McIntyre.
I think we know what Steven needs to cosplay as for the show. He needs
I got to put on. Yeah, I need to get my sword. Actually, I think I do have a sword over there somewhere. But Punk, the crowd sort of comes to Punk's rescue and starts cheering for him. But long and short of it is, Drew McIntyre just basically attacks CM Punk, and he gets him down on the mat, and he takes that injured arm and he just steps on it. I think he also gave him the Glasgow Kiss headbutt, and it looks like Drew's gonna keep beating the crap out of him when who comes to CM Punk's aid? Who comes to CM Punk's rescue? None other than Sami Zayn. So Sami Zayn returns, and he basically saves CM Punk from getting a beat down. So, and later on, it's announced that Sami Zayn and Drew McIntyre will be in the main event. So next up, we get After this opening segment, we get a Judgment Day segment in their clubhouse. Basically, they're basically saying that the gloves are off and they're going to be much more brutal. No more distractions. So everybody's there's going to be basically they're promising something's going to happen tonight. We get the first opening match of the night. Oh, I forgot to mention, there's a lot happening in the first hour because it was commercial free. So we got some extra things happening, such
that
as
always gets intra hard.
I wish he was here. Wait,
he probably knew that was coming, so he went to rub one out.
So we get like DIY cutting a promo on their way to the ring. And then we get the opening match of the night for the tag team titles. DIY, Gargano and Ciampa taking on Finn Balor and Damian Priest for the tag titles. And this was a pretty good, evenly matched match. You had DIY teasing they were going to win the tag titles. They even hit their meet in the middle kicks on, I think it was Finn Balor, but they didn't get the victory. Eventually, Damian Priest, I think he hit. There was this nice combination move here. Damian Priest hit the Razor's Edge on was it Ciampa or I think it was Ciampa on him, and then immediately Finn Balor does that coup de grace kick or coup de grace move and pins Tommaso Ciampa. That was a good finisher. I thought that was a good combination. And Judgment Day retains the tag titles. And then McDonough and JD McDonough and Dirty Dom get in the ring, and they're celebrating with Balor and Priest. So they're standing tall, and so immediately after this, R-Truth gets in the ring and he starts cutting a promo, and Damian Priest cuts him off and says, "Please, you got to let someone finish a sentence." And basically, Damian Priest stands off to the side. JD McDonough gets a cheap shot in on Truth, and then McDonough, Dominic, and Finn Balor start beating up R-Truth, and basically Miz runs from the back, tries to help out, but then they beat up Miz. So this whole segment basically ends with the Judgment Day standing over a beaten down Awesome Truth. So I'm assuming this is probably going to be the next tag team challengers for Damian Priest and Finn Balor. Is probably Awesome Truth. They're probably going to take on Dominic and JD McDonough first and probably beat them, and they should. But that's what looks like the tag team part. A new tag team challenger is going to be. So when we get a backstage segment, CM Punk is going to get going to medical, I guess, to get checked out. We get another tag team match. This time it's Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark taking on Piper Niven and Chelsea Green. It's like Samantha Irvin is introducing Chelsea Green, giving the Chelsea Green entrance again, or the announcement again. Zoe Stark hit the Z360 on Chelsea Green and pinned her. This was really a nothing match. The crowd wasn't into it. I know they're really trying to push this tag team of Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark. They really should push Zoe. I think she does have some potential, but as a singles. But right now, they're just kind of filling out the card right now. So next up, Cody comes out, and he cuts a promo on winning back-to-back Royal Rumbles. So he starts talking, and right in the middle of this, he says, okay, he wants to make it official because at the end, if you remember, at the end of the Royal Rumble, I think it was Roman Reigns stood up in his skybox or whatever, and Cody was like looking for him. And so it kind of looked like it was a fait accompli that there's your WrestleMania match. But just as he's about to make it official, Seth Rollins comes down to the ring, and he didn't have his knee brace on. I'm pretty certain he didn't. I didn't see it. If he did, I missed it. So Seth Rollins basically comes down to the ring, and again, the crowd's reacting to Seth. He even tells Cody, we haven't always seen eye to eye, but we've developed a respect for each other. Winning back-to-back Royal Rumbles is really special. And if you choose to fight, but he says, if you choose to fight Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, you're making a mistake. He basically says, he tells Cody, I want you to fight me. And the crowd definitely had the right thing, because they were just yelling no at this prospect.
I'll be right back. I'm just refilling my tea.
So anyway, I guess this is, I mean, I think it's a fait accompli. I think it's pretty much a foregone conclusion about who Cody's gonna face, but I guess they want to draw this out for a few more weeks and tease that Cody just might want to choose Seth Rollins. This is not happening. I'm not buying it, and nobody in that arena was buying it. So anyway,
but Seth did a good job. I mean, it's absurd that he would want to go for that belt instead of the Universal title, but he did a good job.
Mm-hmm. So, and he even starts Seth starts talking, yeah, last year, you went after Roman Reigns, but that was only when there was one champion. And now, by the way, there's actually three, because Roman is like he was like the Raw champion and the SmackDown champion. And then they introduced a world champion. So technically there are three champions, not two. But the landscape has changed, and Cody, all you ever think about is Roman Reigns. So basically, he says, why do you want to go after that title? This was the he was talking about politicking, and I can't remember how that he was putting down Roman Reigns. He was always cheating, he called it the Hollywood title, and then he talked about Hulk Hogan. He said, this is Hulk Hogan's title. This is a title for posers. This is a title for politicians. But do you want to go after? You want to go after the blue collar title? Do you want to go after the Dusty Rhodes title? So by the end of it, basically, Cody just says, "I'll think about it," and walks away. But like I said, I'm not buying it. So I think eventually, when he makes his decision, he's going to go after Roman Reigns. I wouldn't be surprised if he even shows up on SmackDown and does this. But anyway. So we get a backstage segment with the New Day, and they're going after Kofi is going after Gunther later on tonight. When we get back from the commercial break, our next match is Jey Uso versus Bronson Reed. And as far as I know, this was the very first time that somebody avoided the salami splash. They've really been protecting this move. Bronson Reed has been flattening people with this move week after week. Every time he's hit this move, he goes and tries to hit the move on Jey Uso, but Jey Uso gets out of the way, and Bronson Reed just goes splat right on the mat. And Jey Uso comes back with the Uso splash, and he pins Bronson Reed. So mark that down. Jey Uso is the first one to avoid this move. So next up, we get three very well-dressed gentlemen, Adam Pearce, Nick Aldis, and a returning Andrade. And if you'll notice, these guys had fine-looking suits. I forget, was it one had I think it was Adam Pearce had this like sky blue suit. Nick Aldis, I think he had a purple suit. And Andrade, I forget his suit, but it was also a very colorful suit. Anyway, Pearce is there to announce that Andrade has signed a Monday Night Raw contract. So he's going to be appearing on Monday Night Raw.
Talking after midnight.
So basically, Nick Aldis is talking, and then he gets a phone call, and he says, "Oh, I've got to take this. It's Braun Breaker." So next up, we get Gunther. We get some more backstage segments. Gunther he cuts a promo on Kofi Kingston, and then wishes Kofi good luck. We get another segment, Jackie Redmond with Becky Lynch, and then finally we get the Intercontinental title match, Kofi Kingston and Gunther. And of course,
Gunther after midnight.
You know, Kofi hit a fantastic super boom drop from the top turnbuckle onto Gunther, and I thought, what? And I thought this was fantastic. You know, that move where he just basically throws his legs up into the air and drops them on his opponent. He did this from the top turnbuckle and landed right on his ass on the mat. He hit the SOS move, but couldn't pin Gunther. Gunther finally had enough. He drop kicks Kofi into the corner, picks him up, gives him the power bomb, stacks him up and pins him. I thought this was pretty good. You know, Gunther is 600 days plus as champion. Good match, good title defense. So we get a backstage segment. A woman named Jackie is she's interviewing Sami Zayn about the main event. And then we get then we get the Kabuki Warriors taking on Natty Neidhart and Tegan Nox. Kabuki Warriors win the match. The insane elbow on I think it was Natty. Natty got it, and it really seems to me that they're teasing. It seems like they're teasing a heel turn on Natty because, you know, she's the veteran who's kind of like mentoring Tegan Nox, and then Tegan Nox is kind of like making mistakes, and Natty had this weird look on her face at the end of the match because Tegan didn't do what Natty told her to do in the match, and then Natty lost. So I'm kind of wondering if this is where it's heading, that Natty's going to turn on Tegan Nox. So next up, we get Bayley comes out, and so she's celebrating with Damage Control. with the Kabuki Warriors. They've got their belts. Io Sky's got her belt. Bailey's, she's the Royal Rumble winner. And so she tells people, hey, with the cameras, take your picture because this is never going to happen again. And so they just line up in a straight line, and then and she also motions over to Michael Cole that she lasted 63 minutes and 3 seconds in the Royal Rumble. And then Rhea Ripley comes out, and I guess this week Rhea Ripley is a babyface because she confronts the heels, and she's walking down to the ring, and as she's talking, she gets jumped from behind by Nia Jax, and Nia Jax starts beating her up, and they get Rhea starts to fight back, and she actually throws Nia into the ring, and all of Damage Control just stands in the corner and watches as Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax start fighting. And Rhea makes a mistake of going off the ropes and trying to, I guess, butt heads with Nia Jax. Nia Jax just flattens her with her body, and then she hits like 3 leg drops and the bonsai splash on Rhea Ripley and just leaves her laying. And then she grabs Rhea's microphone and walks up to Bailey. And I like this. Everybody else, the Kabuki Warriors, Dakota Kai, and Kairi Sane, and Io Sky all get out of the ring, and they leave Bailey by herself in the corner.
Damn.
And Bailey's got this look on her face like she's about to pee her pants because Nia Jax gets in her face, and she just says, you can choose Io Sky because Rhea Ripley is not going to make it to WrestleMania. And then Nia Jax just walks away.
Walk away. Just walk away.
No, yet.
So
did somebody say pee? I got one better for you. Maybe a number 2, pal.
So it certainly looks like Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax is happening, and most likely at Elimination Chamber. That's my prediction. And now it's time for the main event of the evening. Sami Zayn versus Drew McIntyre. Well, at least this time around, you have a genuine babyface taking on Drew McIntyre in the main event. Sami Zayn. Sami hit all of his fantastic moves. A nice Blue Thunder Bomb move. He tried to do the Haluva kick, and I think, this was actually the finish. Early on in the match, he tried it, and Drew McIntyre got out of the way. Drew McIntyre kept hitting the Glasgow Kiss headbutt. He kept using his power moves. And then, so Sami gets Drew in the corner, and he's going for the Haluva kick. And as Sami is running at Drew McIntyre, Drew gets his hands up in his face. And I'm assuming Sami, for lack of a better phrase, ran his balls into Drew's fists.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
I guess.
That's no defense.
Anyway,
I want to know what the Sami Zayn dildo did. Did Vince make him dance like a moron? Did he's like, this is the Sami Zayn.
But anyway, that's what it looked like in the replay. And anyway, Sami just drops like a bad habit, and then when he tries to get up, Drew hits the kick, the Claymore kick, and pins Sami Zayn and wins the match. So Drew wins as Raw goes off the air. I thought, this was certainly a better episode of Monday Night Raw than last week, and I'll give it a thumbs up. So there was a lot more stuff that I like rather than what I didn't like in this week's Monday Night Raw. So I don't know. That's what I thought, and it looks like the build to Elimination Chamber is next, and so they'll probably be making matches for that. And I have started filling out my heady ballot. So
do it.
Yeah.
And remember, folks,
don't be a bitch. And
remember, this is for 2023, so
right.
Not 2024.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't be like the best of the year of the last 29 days.
Yeah. So I had to remember that when I was making certain picks in the heady ballot. So yeah. Anyway,
do it up, people. Don't.
Thank you, Steven.
Don't be a putz, Steve. Don't be a putz. Be a doer like Steven Boots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Boots.
Hell yeah.
Boots. Doing the boots. Booda.
People should go back and watch all the episodes just so they make sure that they pick the right person. Go back on YouTube, watch every episode of last year. Narrow it down, fill out the ballot, send it to Jack.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, I've got just a few more minutes. It's all
well, Steven, what's on your mind about the world of professional wrestling?
Well, I may actually have to. I tried to find some highlights of TNA Impact because I have no idea how to watch it.
That's a problem. We don't have it on our cable systems either, and I think it's on satellite. If you have satellite, but I'm not sure which one. So.
If anybody out there can help Steven, send him a message. And don't forget to hit the like button. Boom, smash it. Aha! Hit it.
Love it. Like it.
It's on some pay channel here in Canada, but I'm not about to shell out more money for it. So
hit that like button, boys and girls and children of all ages. Hit the like button. And if you're watching on Facebook or the Twitch, go over to YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe. Join the Headyverse. Help, support in your head. If you would like a Valentine's Day card from Jackie Jones, you can Venmo Headyverse, or you can super chat tonight all through the next couple weeks of February. And everyone who does will get a Valentine's Day card from Jackie Jones. Your name and the thank yous in your head.
You promise that it's just the Valentine's Day card, and you don't plan to send more gifts after the Valentine's Day card, and
we might do something different each month. So this month will be Valentine's Day card.
Oh, so you do have more gifts in stored.
Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, but hey, you want a Valentine's Day card from Jackie Jones? Maybe you want something every month. So, I'm not asking for a ton here. Just help out.
You can't do any NDAs afterwards, though. If you get anything going, because those are been null and void anymore.
Exactly.
Can't have that contract.
Exactly. All right.
I got to tap out, guys. I can barely talk.
Good night, anyway, Vic Schiavone.
Nighty night, Vic. Glad you got some good pizza.
Yes, good pizza.
Pizza man.
Well, next I guess I'll tap out too.
Named after in your head. That could be. Good night.
Nighty night, Steven.
Mm-hmm. What kind of sex toy would you name after Steven Butler?
Well, you always call him the Boots.
The Boots.
You call him call it the Boots or Toronto
Tatanka or something.
Yeah. Maybe that's true. Like a tomahawk dildo or something, or TP.
No, if it's a boot, it could be one of those feet ones, but it has a boot on it. That's my thoughts.
I don't know. I'm not coming up with anything good yet. I'm trying to think of something good, but it's not happening. Trying to think, but nothing happens.
Would the incher just be like a little one, like a little? Boing, boing, boing.
I don't know.
I don't know. All right, we don't want to make light.
Actually, I do know. I just don't want to admit it.
Damn. Boom. Jackson says the intro is a butt plug.
Jonathan Jackson, I expect more from you.
Alexa, the Maple Leaf. There we go. That could be a good one.
Well, the Maple Leaf.
Yeah. Boom. Let's see here. Someone said they're going to send $5. Can I have one from you, Incher? I mean, I have no control over that. So.
He cannot control me.
Pepe Pope T wants to know, do you think we will see more of Jordan Grace on WWE?
It's possible. They seem pleased with her, but I don't know because they didn't do anything with Mickie James afterwards.
That's very true.
I mean, she came back and they threw all her stuff in a bag and said, "Get out of here." No, that wasn't that time. That was like when she had a job for a while. Mm-hmm. Did they hire her though after she did her Royal Rumble thing?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
I'm kind of messed up on the timeline.
I don't think so.
I guess it's possible because, I mean, they did seem like they liked her pretty well, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I thought old Jonathan Gresham was going to show up in the men's Royal Rumble. I thought if Jordan Grace is there, maybe Jonathan Gresham.
But he looked at the lineup. He's like, none of these suckers are on the PWI 500. Boom, bitch.
Wasting my time.
Jonathan Jackson, absolutely nothing happened of note last week. So what do you think Vince is doing in his underwear at home right now? Dang.
I don't know.
I wonder if stuff bothers him. I heard.
I'd say it does bother him. I mean, just because he had to leave the company and everything. Like, it's got to affect him to some extent.
I'm sure he's an ego. Yeah, I'm sure he's an egomaniac too. So he's reading everything.
I don't know if he's
insane. Probably.
He's pretty accustomed though to people talking crap about him. So it's like I think he probably tunes a lot of it out.
Demons out of the fucking pits of hell came out and like are looking him in the face, kind of like
the soul demons from Freddy's Dead. They're like, "Look what you did, Vince! You screwed up this time." And he's like, "I know. What can I do? There's no getting back into WWE. You have to." I don't know.
In people's face, like, yeah, he's.
What do you think? Are they going to have to add more chapters to this Vince McMahon Netflix documentary?
I think the Netflix documentary's got acts.
No, not from what I understand.
Are they going to add more? They have to add more. They can't just leave this stuff out.
Like, follow him around with a camera now, and then they have the fucking even better than anything they could come up with.
It's going to be fucking amazing at this point.
And maybe they're just pissed that they bought the rights to Raw, and then all their shit just came out, and they're like, "All right."
They should spend all their budget getting interviews from all the people he fucking did shit with.
Yeah, the dark side of the ring is going to be lit.
Yeah, they've got years coming up. By the way, in your head, I don't know if we could say which episode, but we will be part of one of the Dark Side of the Rings this season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yes.
Shit. Wow.
Bam. Those are our boys. They might have to rename it to Dark Side of Vince McMahon, and just
hell damn.
they could go with Case 1, Case 2, Case 3, just like keep going and going.
You couldn't do. If you did a Dark Side of Vince, you'd have to do like a 20-part season.
Just dedicate a whole season to it.
It would take like an entire year.
And what I meant by follow Vince around is like follow him like the Roger Stone documentary. Like have someone document him going all through court. Yeah.
That was really weird. I interviewed the guy who did the Roger Stone documentary, and then that same night he was on like WNBC.
Dude. Yeah, and that story's just getting weird.
Let's see. Jonathan Jackson, did Cody shoot injure CM Punk to guarantee that he finishes his story?
Well, it wasn't necessarily Punk getting involved, was it? Well, I guess it would have been if he would have challenged Roman. But everybody perceived him challenging Seth Rollins.
Right.
So it's like
sure he would have probably would have won the elimination tournament than fought Seth.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think Cody I think Cody was more worried about Rock, I would say.
I heard Meltzer ask this question, which I thought was very weird, but he was like, what is or I don't know if he asked it or Alvarez, but what is the legacy of Vince now? And it's like, I can't imagine it's good. Like, unless you're like some, crazy person, you're like, well, I can't ignore it. There are people who will have a great legacy for the guy, but I think overall it's not a good legacy. Like this is gonna tarnish.
I think for sure, like the ending of his career is definitely going to like cement how people look at him, and this isn't good.
How can it not?
Yeah.
All the wrestling. Oh, sorry. Go
ahead. It's like so anything he did before. I mean, which he did a lot of dastardly things before, but it wasn't so public. Yeah. It's like people didn't know about him, or they just thought it was fake wrestling stuff, or
I actually didn't know because they said that he had a history of not paying some of the some of the territories that some of he just went and took their TV and put them out of business, but some he kind of bought them out. But he had a history not paying a lot of them too.
Yeah, I heard like Stampede and because I think Bruce or one of them ran like a little show and. Vince said that that was a breach of contract or something.
Yeah, I don't think he ever paid Stu, and he never paid Dupree's dad, Nate Dupree's dad.
Jeez, that's pretty messed up. Which they say Vince believes that like anybody has to live up to a contract, but he doesn't.
I've said this for years. Even you could just eat in their own contracts, like.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go anywhere else or something. They could just fire you basically anytime and just it's very
but like with anyone like who would ever think about Vince McMahon and read the documents or whatever, and if they're proved to be true, like they have an example of him acting in a similar fashion on his own programming. For years, doing the same shit, and it just like it isn't like people have to imagine it. It's just like right there, and it's always going to be there, and so it's just like that is the whole thing that's dirty about it. Anyway.
Yeah, it does. I imagine going back and watching stuff and just the stuff we talked about, like stuff with Trish and stuff. But there's probably stuff like that doesn't even register right now. You can go back and watch it, either him on commentary,
like what the hell's up with that?
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I know a lot of people say he's getting what he deserves, but I almost think he deserves more. I mean, I think he deserves to be locked up.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, what is he gonna have to pay some money? Still, like super rich. Who cares?
And people do forget about all the promoters and. That he put out of business ruthlessly. He did not care. And like People like WWE. It's like, dude, if the WWE went out of business, that would be poetic justice. That would be like every wrestling promoter in ever would be like, yay, he got his,
But,
yay.
Yeah, but now he's like not even part of it. So,
True. I mean, just like poetic justice.
Well, Dobbs Dean Meyer show his face to claim his Royal Rumble prize. Jonathan Jackson wants to know, show me their face, Dobbs. Show it.
Maybe he's just going to give it away like Steven Simmons did. Maybe he's just going to give it to.
Gonna give it up. No, he actually sent me. He's gonna be doing it. Lexar says he's going to bed. He's tired. He has a doctor's appointment in 3 weeks. He's got to go. His mom has to go shopping next Tuesday, so he's got to go to bed right now.
Don't forget to read his questions.
Jonathan Jackson, when will we see the TNA World Champion in the Men's Royal Rumble? That's interesting. I don't know.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
I don't know if that's true. I have no doubt Vince would get cheered if he came out on a WWE show again. I don't know about that. I mean, there are people who would be, but I think that, I mean, look how how much Jericho got booed when there was like just allegations behind like evidence and stuff. I mean, that ruined that whole match.
Yeah. I'm not sure because I mean they surprised me with Cody Rhodes, but this isn't even
but he's not like a bad human being or something.
Yeah, he kind of is a bad human being.
Not on this level, I mean, you know.
Man, if I were
pretty bad,
I would not go into an open stadium where people could throw shit at you like that. Like an armored car.
It's just like I was just thinking though, the WWE audience, they are different than the AEW audience.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be people, but I don't know if there would be. I would hope there would be some boos, but
I would hope. I mean, I would really hope that
there would be the majority. I think a lot of people would boo, honestly.
Maybe like a dirty diaper thrown at him or something, or
I don't know about that.
Like,
I don't think it would be an overwhelming great reception. Maybe down the road if people start to forget or something, but right now I wouldn't foresee that being very good.
Like that reaction whenever he came out to the ring and like he blew both quads and he just like got into the ring and he was just sitting there, but he was like still angry. He was like, rah, rah, rah. It's like, what kind of mentality is that? Why would he still be angry? Why wouldn't he be like, oh, I'm hurt, help me out? I mean, that was so weird.
It was like the show must go on kind of moment. I'm not gonna break character.
Jackson wants to know, is this all Biden's fault?
Yeah.
It is.
Skeleton
he made Vince
man.
Do it. Nikhil, Bobby Lashley was treated like a J-Bron at the Royal Rumble. What do you think? I'm not a big Lashley fan, honestly, but
well, they're kind of just furthering the feud that they got going with the Karrion Kross group. So
yeah, I'll be honest, Karrion Kross, a guy I always hear so much hype for, and I don't see anything in this guy. I think he's just kind of like has no charisma.
Yeah, I like Karrion Kross, but I kind of think the entrance is a little too much, but I'm curious to see what they do with the new group. So,
the men's Royal Rumble was very mid. Yeah, we went over this. Kevin Nash praises AEW star Jon Moxley. He's the only one that gets it on that show. Nash watched the latest episode of Dynamite, and it was Jon Moxley stood out. I mean, I'm a Moxley fan, but to say like he's the only guy on the show that's good, I think it's a little bit crazy. It's very weird that he thinks he's the only guy that's good, and then Cornette says he's literally like the worst wrestler.
Yeah.
Let's see. What are we got to predict the winners for NXT Vengeance Day coming up? Dijak versus Joe Gacy, no disqualification.
Dijak.
I'm going with Joe.
Yeah,
Gacy.
go Dijak.
The Family, Tony D'Angelo, Channing Stax Lorenzo, and Adriana Arizo versus OTM, Lucian Bryce, Bronco Nima, and Jaden Parker with scripts.
Huh?
I'm going to go with the Stax guy.
I'm going with OTM. That sounds like.
Yeah.
I just need like a picture with all their faces, and I could just point to it.
These are household names.
Throw a dart first. Throw a dart.
Like that one.
Isha Dragunov versus Trick Williams.
I'll go with Dragunov. I don't like that.
Actually, yeah, I've seen it
with that trick thing that they got going on.
And go on, sorry.
I don't know. Don't you think the names in NXT are very lacking? Like they're just like weird.
Channing Stax Lorenzo?
Yes.
Bronco Nima?
Yeah.
The name of the dude that runs the gas station you go to? Bronco Nima.
How about this one though? The North American champion, Oba Femi.
Oh, that just sounds like something a baby would say if it was like just trying to talk.
Sounds like sounds like a minor character in Star Wars, like someone that was in the cantina. Like,
yeah,
like,
that's Oba Femi.
Kombucha with or something.
You know, it's one of the figures you buy, but it was like Walrus Man, who's just like in the and like you just see him in the corner. That's Oba Femi. That's Walrus Man's real name. Versus Dragon Lee.
I'll go with Dragon Lee.
That's a fine name, Dragon Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Lyra. Oh, by the way, I was very happy to see on Dynamite that they have Johnny TV and his girl there, Taya
Valkyrie.
Yeah, together.
Dude,
duo. They have a lot of tons of charisma. Are good wrestlers. I wish they would do more with them.
I love their stuff with Dalton Castle and ROH. They've been doing some really good segments. Like Dalton's really like dejected by he's like questioning like, if he can be a wrestler and stuff, and he's like depressed and he wants to punch Johnny TV in the face, and he just showed up with like a ham sandwich, like, and he slapped like this piece of cheese on the door, and then he ran after Johnny. I can't do it justice. I think it's some great stuff.
Lyra Valkyria versus Roxanne Perez.
Roxanne Perez, because she don't have to turn on her red light.
Don't have to turn on the red light.
Roxanne Perez.
The men's Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic Finals. Baron Corbin and Braun Breaker versus Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams. Trick Williams doing double duty.
I'm going to say Braun Breaker.
Yeah, too bad he stuck with Baron Corbin. But...
I'm going to say
that's
the other crew, because I think Braun Breaker is getting home.
Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams.
Yeah.
Like that whoop, that Trick, like it sounded so fake. Like it didn't sound like the crowd was saying that at all. Like it didn't. It sounded like they're piping it in on the Royal Rumble.
No, like the Dominic Booze.
When number 10 came out, were you hoping it was going to be the chairman of the board there?
Vince.
No, I think I've had my fill of the chairman of the board.
Struts down to the ring and just takes a shit.
No, it's about the what was the guy? It used to be Perfect 10.
Perfect 10.
Oh, the Sean Spears.
Yeah, I knew who you're talking about. Yeah.
AEW. CM Punk's last 3 years are crazy. AEW debut, world title win, breaks foot. World title win 2, tears tricep. Brawl out suspended, return collision run, brawl out fired, returns to WWE, tears tricep. Yeah, it's bad. That's good. Meltzer said, sorry, were you gonna say something?
I said made of glass.
Yeah, it's just he's just, all that time off, his body's too broken down now. Meltzer said House of Black refused to do jobs. However, Buddy Murphy tweeted his win-loss record. for this year, and he's lost every match. Yeah, I know Meltzer, I do think was correct about they changed that match, but I don't think that none of those guys will do jobs as accurate.
Yeah.
I will say Meltzer, honestly, like I listen to Meltzer, and I don't hate the guy or anything like that, but he has really hurt his credibility a lot in the last couple of years. A lot of stuff he said's been not true, and hasn't been the most accurate, or I don't want to say truthful, but because I don't think he's necessarily lies, but I think he takes stuff that people tell him and just runs with it, and he also jumps to conclusions and does put it out there as if it is like factual.
You know who I blame, Jackie Jones? It's that new girlfriend. She's like, stop writing the Observer. You need to get over. And he's like, all right, I'll just say this. And
you
then
see that tongue action?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, put it to use now, baby.
She's like, come give me the tongue. He's like, nah.
Do you think dirt sheets have rats? Like groupies? Dirt sheet writers?
No. None at all.
If they do, they'd be pretty hot.
If there was like a bar that was full of the dirt sheet rats, it would just be like tumbleweeds going everywhere and just
Do you like
nothing.
my glasses? They help me read your column.
Mustafa Ali is headed to TNA Wrestling. Hell yeah. Are you pumped?
I would be happy if I've never seen Mustafa Ali ever again in my life. I don't know why, but he just does absolutely nothing for me. Like, yeah, I'm not entertained by him, and I don't hate him. He's just there.
Yeah,
I was like,
I'm always just completely baffled anytime someone brings him up like it's a big deal. Like I can't possibly care less if he was on the show.
At least when I see Cody, I can get worked up about how much I hate him. But like with Mustafa, it's just like,
yeah, it's total indifference.
It's just like, It's like he does nothing. Does nothing for me.
I don't understand the hype. AEW is making efforts to increase its crowd sizes by altering its touring schedule. According to Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer Radio, the promotion plans to reduce the number of small market venues where they hold shows and focus on running shows in bigger markets. I mean, that's something they need to work on, but I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Like for a crowd attendance, like if they run a smaller, I would think if they ran a smaller area that doesn't get shows a lot, they would. Right. But I guess maybe the smaller area wouldn't help.
The Boston one I did was really packed, so.
Mm-hmm. Like I'm just talking like maybe there's not enough in the population to really care about the AEW.
New York always does well because it's a very highly dense town. I know this for a fact though. I used to see when they were coming anywhere near me, I would see it all over social media. I would get like emails and stuff. And then that last show when they were in Connecticut, I think it was they were at one of the casinos or whatever. I hadn't heard nothing about it until like the Dynamite before that rampage, that collision. So they're definitely not putting the ads out like they used to.
Yeah.
On this day in 1997, WCW NWO sold out. 5,121 attendance with 170,000 homes watching on pay-per-view. The buy rate for the show was seen as disappointing, and the NWO exclusive pay-per-view was rebranded the next year as a WCW NWO event. Any memory of this show? Yeah, like the idea was interesting to me, but I never thought it was particularly good.
Yeah.
It was in Iowa where I lived.
Really?
Did you go to it, Bruce?
Iowa.
No.
That's a big place where people flock. They're like, I gotta get to Iowa.
Yeah, and there's a lot of bikers in Iowa, surprisingly. Well, they're white trash and
you ever join a bike gang?
Not me, no. But I know a lot of bikers though. My dad rides Harley and stuff, so I kind of rebelled and was like, no. But I build bicycles
I'm
now.
gonna get into poetry instead.
Basically.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm like, one time I was in a tattoo parlor here, and I was like, bikers suck. And the tattoo artist stopped tattooing the guy, and he's like, you need to leave right now. I got kicked out of a fucking tattoo shop for saying bikers sucked. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, all right.
Did you have any tattoos?
I have one tattoo. And I got it on my neck too.
Biker suck?
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
What is the tattoo? Is it the Cody Rhodes logo?
No, that's the next one. But it's like a shamrock. I don't know. I suck at this.
He hates neck.
There it is.
I don't know. Whatever. Okay, yeah, just screenshot it.
Because
Whatever.
the shamrock is the symbol of his people, the leprechauns, and he hates neck tattoos. So which overrides the other?
Oh, I'm fine with that. I like it because it's a shamrock, and I don't really get too offended if like dudes have tattoos, but I don't know why. I don't like women having like tattoos because I'm old school.
Nice.
I'm like,
that is blasphemy upon the Lord.
But I was born on St. Patrick's Day, and that's why I have a shamrock.
Makes sense.
Do you think women should be like stoned if they blemish their flesh?
Yeah.
I like girls who are stoned. They're pretty cool.
Hell yeah, I'm Irish as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm after all your gold.
Oh my.
All right. Where am I, Incher?
You are in Boston, No, you're in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
On this day in WWE 5 years ago in WWE Raw, Dean Ambrose had handed in his notice and then told he is taking a bump from Nia Jax. Any memories? I kind of vaguely remember talking about that on the show. I remember they were building something with him and Nia, remember? It was very strange.
Dean Ambrose and Nia?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
They did something in the Rumble or something.
Really?
It was weird. Like we thought they were going to build towards a match, which seems very stupid. No wonder he left.
Yeah. He was like, I see you seen the writing on the wall. He was like, yeah, I need to get out of here.
Dax Harwood says AEW is building something. Urges fans to check it out. Hell yeah.
You know it, Dax. Check it out.
Rhodes admitted that he was surprised at never getting to face Punk in AEW. I've seen so many people say this, but it seems like were they barely even in on the show? Like didn't he like leave shortly after Punk came in? Like
yeah, he wasn't there very long after Punk came in. I don't think.
Like how would they even have time to do anything?
I thought Cody left before Punk came.
Yeah, because that's what people kept saying that he was leaving because of Punk. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
So it was not a long there couldn't have been much crossover. Thoughts. I saw Justin Gabriel do an interview with Rene Dupree. Any memories of Justin Gabriel?
I remember that. Isn't he from like South Africa or something like that? Or
yeah, didn't he lose part of his fingers or something, like cliff diving or something?
Yeah, I think he did. There was something with that.
After I had my surgery, to my reversal surgery, so the surgeon was telling me all stuff like I couldn't do. I couldn't receive sodomy, and I couldn't do bullfighting, cage fighting, or not bullfighting, bull riding, cage fighting, and cliff diving. And I was thinking, like, who the hell do you think I am? Like, you think I'm gonna go fucking cliff diving and riding a bull?
And cage fighting.
Cage fighting.
And willingly receive sodomy.
Yeah, it's like, man, this is a big list of stuff I was gonna go do.
Well, my life is over.
You're just taking away my five.
This is who I am. How can you say I can't be a cage fighter and a bull rider anymore?
And getting my ass plowed.
Sounds like an interesting life, though.
But now that I'm all healed up, maybe I can pursue all these things. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take the list out and just start at the top. Like.
Doctor's orders. Doctor's orders, Jack.
Don't let Vince know. Cody Rhodes says he'd like to see Wardlow and Ricky Starks in WWE. Fuck Cody Rhodes trying to steal everyone over to the WWE.
Yeah, really. What an asshole. He lets Vince come up and talk him out of leaving his company. It's like
started this whole company to like as the rival and the alternative. Then he's like, let me jump back and bring everyone back over and put it out of business. Like, what the hell?
What an asshole.
It was Patton Oswalt's birthday. What are your favorite movie or TV shows with Patton Oswalt? Mr. Show. I'm a huge Mr. Show fan. That one I have an answer for Mr. Show. I'm
trying to think if I'm thinking of the right dude.
Short dude, Patton Oswalt.
Short dude. He was on Mr. Show.
Mm-hmm.
He was on King of Queens too. He was like neighbor. He wasn't
a huge part, but he was on. I think he was on Mr. Show. Yeah. He was friends with that whole group of folks.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially Jack Black.
I guess I'll say.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I'll say King of Queens. I can't think of anything like huge on. I like Mr. Show, but I can't hardly remember him on Mr. Show. But I guess I'm kind of I just like Ronnie Dobbs on there.
He's like connected to that whole group of folks.
Yeah.
I assume he was. Maybe he wasn't.
Bob and David Cross and Bob and David Cross.
No, who's the tall guy on there? He was in the Rob Zombie movie there.
Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
He was like I look like I'm a walking like a whole bunch of farts wearing a human suit or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pretend he was
hilarious.
on Mr. Show. Yeah, he was on Mr. Show. Says he was on 2 episodes.
He was on 2 episodes.
Yeah.
He was in Weird Al's Foil video.
Oh, Foil, yeah.
He was like in that video.
I'm saying Mr. Show.
I'm gonna say King of Queens, but I've never watched King of Queens.
My favorite sketch comedy show of all. Dashing Chris Bay and the Ace Austin ignite the best of 3 series against the grizzled young vets for the TNA tag titles. Is this a feud?
Are they still using that name? Yeah. I hated that name.
Does this feud get your dick hard?
I liked Ace Austin, and I only seen a little bit of Chris Bay.
This is my new cup. You like it? I just bought it today.
Fuck yeah, that cup rocks, man.
Keeps it hot.
How do you feel if you're Ace Austin and the grizzled young veterans, and we're just like, yeah, your fucking cup's cool. It's like we don't have any interest in what they're doing.
I don't.
It's like, fuck, man. That's a Coleman cup, man. That's the best.
Yeah. It's not. What's the one like people fight over
Stanley.
now?
Yeah, well, fuck the Stanleys. You got a Coleman that looks like it will keep your hand from getting like burnt if you got hot stuff.
Exactly. This will keep it hot for 9 hours.
Oh man, that's a cup right there.
Let's see, because I like my drinks very, very hot. This keeps him nice and hot the whole time. Top Flight versus Private Party 2 announced for this week. Enjoying this feud. Yeah, it's good. I like Private Party, and I like Top Flight.
I will say the whole drinking water thing, I don't really care. I mean, like when Action Andretti, he takes the water and he just like
yeah, I don't really care about that either.
It's like, okay, I don't know how that's going to get you over, dude. I mean, it's kind of neat, but
I've got great swallowing abilities. I'm the king of swallowing. Ricky Stark says there aren't many people who we can go with for advice in AEW. I talked to Cody Rhodes. I don't have any. Fuck you, Ricky Stark.
Well, according to what's his name, Tully Blanchard, he was like, nobody ever talked to me. He was just standing there. Everybody's like, ah. You got Sting. Can you not go and talk to Sting? You got Paul White.
Cody, talk to me.
You got Jericho. You got Edge, but Edge probably doesn't like him very much.
Cody, I love you, Cody.
Edge probably hates him now. He's like,
take the belt off this fucker. Say, get your ass back to WWE if that's where you want to go, bitch.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't push him. Just give him the Vince treatment.
Absolutely. If he wants to say, sit him down. Do you want to stay? Because if so, we have a money idea that Jackie Jones of IYH Wrestling has put out there to the world, and that is your team with Big Bill. We are going to rename Absolutely. Boom! Look at the money falling. Boom! Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or like maybe when he leaves, he just gives the belt to Big Bill, and then Big Bill just defends it all the time and beats everybody.
Absolutely. I'm gonna make a t-shirt.
And he's just like, I never really needed Ricky Starks. I can defend these belts on my own. He was pretty useless.
The Absolutely shirt. Absolutely. Get that trending on Twitter. Hashtag Absolutely. Don't forget to credit me. By the way, boom! Over on tpublic.com/user/IYH Wrestling. Get the Pioneers of Professional Wrestling shirts designed by me, Jackie Jones. The first two, Farmer Burns and Strangler Lewis, two of the pioneers of professional wrestling from the early 1900s. And there will be more of these coming. Boom! You'll be the talk of the town wearing those.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Juju B. Was CM Punk originally planning to win the RR? That means Royal Rumble. But they called an audible when he knew he was injured. Seemed kind of heelish when he said, no way I'm losing to Dusty's kids before he was going to do the go to sleep. That is possible, but I kind of think they were going with Cody.
Yeah, I'd say they were going for Cody. They want to let him finish his story. He wants to finish the story. I got a story I want to finish. My daddy never won that belt. I want to win that belt.
You know what? Probably most people in the locker room, their dads never won the title either.
How you going to finish that story?
Lex Love Ball says Casio remake. I don't know what that means, but hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
He was on Mystery Science Theater 3000 for a little as well. Who is that?
Patton Oswalt?
Oh, okay. Jack could have kicked the Doc's ass.
Was Patton Oswalt ever on Raw?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. Dobbs Dean Maya. Who is the better Royal Rumble winner? the suave, debonair, dashing Dobbs Dean Maya, or that no good son of a bitch Jonathan Jackson?
I think it's Jonathan Jackson.
I say it's a tie because these are my two boys. We got Dobbs on the left of me, Jackson on the right, and here I am, stuck in the middle with them. Dobbs and Jackson, my boys. Love every goddamn one of you in the Hateverse, except for maybe Swags.
I think you've excommunicated poor Swax from that Hateverse. You're like, just get rid of him.
Tell that guy to stop eating. Who? I don't think anyone's eating on the show here, bitch. My boy.
But food's good.
I love the food. Yeah, if you stop eating, you'll die.
Yeah. It's like, what if you told somebody stop eating and they did and they just died? When you'd have that blood on your hands.
Yeah, it's like the story Thinner.
Mm-hmm.
My boy Abel, aka The Weeknd, celebrates his 5th WrestleMania theme song, and I think WWE should invite him to perform some of his classics at the main event.
He should just make a song about WrestleMania. He'd be like, oh, that WrestleMania's neat. I love to watch it all the time. Oh, yeah. Ooh. then they can play that at WrestleMania.
Whoa, WrestleMania, fighting to survive. Kick it up, kick it up. I think who do you think, who would you like to see perform a song at WrestleMania? Who do you want to see do the new WrestleMania theme?
Let's see. The Beatles.
And the Beatles reunite.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in
play WrestleMania.
Bringing some holograms of the dead folks. Do it up. Do
we
it
got
up.
John Lennon in there. That'd be really fun.
Hell yeah. And I'm sure John Lennon, if he knew, he's like, hell yeah, I've been brought back for WrestleMania.
They brought me back for this.
I can't top that one, Beatles. All right. I was going to say the B-52s, but I don't know. The Beatles hard to top. Steven, the Love Shack. Could they use Love Shack as a theme for WrestleMania?
Love Shack, baby.
I have a hidden video I'm not allowed to show because Annabelle finds it embarrassing. But I do have a video of me and Annabelle and another lady performing the Love Shack karaoke.
I got me a Chrysler. It's as big as a whale.
About to set sail, but
it's about to set sail.
I do the male role and her in the I think it's pretty rocking. But I did not. It's not deleted. I have it. It's hidden, but I'm not allowed to have it public.
Oh my!
You can just imagine me pulling that off. It's a good team.
Oh yeah.
For the right price, I'll send people the link.
Oh.
Super chat now. Should Gunther, this is from Stephen Boots, should Gunther challenge Seth Rollins for the world title at Mania, or is it too early for him to challenge a title? As I mentioned earlier, I think it would be a good match. I would like it. I think it's a huge step down just in the fans' eyes, but it would be a good match. But I think with this long IC title reign, have Gunther, defending the IC title over someone.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Have him defend the IC title. Yeah,
Give that a big.
I would have never thought of that shit. Let's see.
I would have never thought of that shit.
Heaven forbid he do his job.
But I don't know. He's had the belt record length, and then he's just like, "Fuck this! I want the world title." I don't know. Like, doesn't that kind of dilute the importance of it? Like, if he has a big moment defending the IC title at WrestleMania, isn't that a bigger deal for
Who would be a good IC champion, like to come in and try to challenge, like one of those, like, can they resurrect like Macho Man to come and face him?
Someday, probably.
Oh, you're into like dead people coming back.
Well, that's the only IC champions I really remember. It's like
Mr. Perfect.
Mr. Perfect comes out. He makes a run in.
I think maybe you could bring up Oba Femi.
Yeah.
Oba Femi.
Yeah.
Oba Femi.
What? Oh, I'm thinking of Scoby.
You're thinking of Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No, the Scoby is the stuff that they brew kombucha with.
Oh.
Oh, I thought that was Dabakato.
Commander
we talk about Macho Man and Jake the Snake and stuff. Do you think someday, like, people will be talking about the days of Oba Femi and Dabakato and
no,
Olmus and
you remember the great Oba Femi?
It's crazy how almost stands out from all those guys.
He is tall. I'll give him that, I guess.
He is tall.
Christian Calorero, that's Lexar to the fine folks out there. Is the injury to CM Punk more of karma from AEW fans or voodoo from Vince McMahon?
I just think it's being a combination of being old and
not that old. It's just
I don't know what's the combination with, but just
time
out of ring shape. Like he like you say, he took all that time off, and it's like they say, like you got to like keep in ring shape.
Yeah, he took his prime years off, honestly.
Yeah, took it all off.
For the first time in company history, there's no member of the McMahon family running or working within WWE. Are you sad? No.
Not sad about Vince being gone. I mean, I don't know. I mean, and it's like I'm not really sad that Stephanie's not going to be there and that Shane's not going to be there. It really doesn't affect me that much.
No.
It's like,
AEW.
I mean, I feel bad that they got to live in the wake of like their father's like horrible, or allegedly their father's horrible hijinks, or whatever. I mean, that does suck for him. I mean, could you imagine?
No.
It's like it would. I mean, that your parents like one of the like most notorious like.
Dad shit on this woman.
Yeah. Like what a thing to have to walk around with.
And then people like us are talking about it.
It's like
everyone knows, not just us.
Yeah.
So is it like a double?
Like
is it like a
fucking morons are talking about my family?
Is it like a double whammy for Vince? Like it's like he humiliated like that girl when he did it, and then he allegedly did it, and then he humiliates like his kids. That like he's such a disgusting human being.
He probably. I doubt that bothers him. That he that might
probably doesn't.
Soulless. He's like fuck. People know. I'm embarrassed, but then he finds out like other people are, and that kind of lightens
that makes it good for him.
Yeah,
he's like, hell yeah, I'm humiliating people just for my my height.
You think he listened to Cornette talking about like, man, if I knew this about Vinny, you think he called him up afterwards? He's like,
maybe.
Let's start a new promotion, pal. Me, you and Johnny.
We'll shit on Brian Lass.
You could probably bring in Brock.
Mm-hmm. I think Cornette hates Brock though.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. Was John Lauren? That was like Jim Cornette's only issue was that Laurinaitis was involved. Everything else like sounded cool.
He's down with everything else.
And he's like, I could see if it was the HBK Shawn Michaels. I'm like, dude, he's like 60 and like an old cross-eyed man. Like,
come on, that's just poor Shawn. You're throwing shade on him. He's got nothing to do with this.
Cool. Well, maybe I don't know. He was there for one time.
Well, I mean, as far as we know, he ain't got nothing to do with this.
I mean, he's talking like he's like 1995 Shawn Michaels or something.
Andy's always had that goofy ass voice too. The so now he kind of grew into it.
What's with the hatred on Shawn Michaels? Come on, guys. Jeez. He's just standing on the side of the road. You're all slinging shit on him.
Well, he's not known as a great man either. Boyton.
Well, no, but he hasn't done anything as of late.
Fair enough.
That we know of.
AEW's brought back the ranking system this week. Are you intrigued? I doesn't really affect me one way or the other. I don't really get the people who are pissed. I kind of like a top 10 ranking thing. I don't really care about like the wins loss thing. But at the same time, like I could see why it would make sense to tell you how many wins and losses. It doesn't really bother me one way or the other.
I don't think they should make a big announcement about it. I think they should just do it if that's what they want to do.
Right.
You know?
I agree.
I did see where Tony admitted though that CM Punk talked him out of that.
Yeah.
I don't know why you don't allow Punk to have creative decisions like that. But
TNA will not
after he talked him out of it, did he sprain his ankle? Like, did he just like, oh, I sprained my ankle?
And then Tony feared for his life.
Yeah, why was he tearing stuff when he was throwing monitors around? That would really suck if you like got it up and held a monitor over your head and oh my tricep, dude. You're like, oh, my fits of rage is ending because my body just won't take it.
Yeah, he tore like his arm when he was like trying to punch Jungle Boy.
Jack Perry, Luke Perry's son.
Well, I guess he did get hurt that one time just jumping into the crowd.
He did. I forgot about that. Jeez. I mean, I like Punk, but man, this is a lot of injuries.
TNA will now have their iconic Cross the Line theme song for their weekly show. Are you intrigued?
Cross the Line. What's that one?
I am. It is. I guess it's working. Just we'll just bring back all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, it's the greatest promotion ever.
It's like, let's just abandon our name, and then we'll bring back the name, and then everybody will be excited again. I don't understand, but congratulations, I guess.
Yeah, bring back Mike Tenay. The
hologram Don West
last Saturday night. Were you intrigued? No.
What was it?
The Porn Awards.
Yeah.
ABN. Oh no.
It's all about wrestling, the view, and jacking off. History, choice, and life.
Did Vince McMahon win for the scat category?
Oh man, God, it's so gross. Thoughts on the videos and images of this year's Jericho Cruise? I didn't see them. I have to be honest.
I haven't seen any of the photos or images. He should have sent the photos and images.
Yeah, exactly. Would you if you
isn't that the same thing? Photos and images. Like,
yeah, that's true. I guess. Anyone out there, if you ask us what are your thoughts on an image, send us the image with the question. Would you blade if you hit your forehead on something? So if you bumped your head like on the stovetop, would you just pull out it like a razor?
Pull out a razor.
You gotta make it mean something that I hit my head on the stove.
Imagine how crazy it'd be. Like someone just imagine like your family standing there and like you bang your head on the refrigerator door or something, and you just pull a razor out and you start cutting your head. You're like, what the fuck?
I guess if you wanted to like,
oh, that'd be funny.
Be like if you wanted to like make a claim or something, like you bladed yourself, like and
you like at the grocery store and like you start bleeding.
Like you fall at the grocery store and you're like, oh, I'm bleeding all over.
Like you're walking in the park and you hit your head on the side and just put a knife and start going.
You fall on the ground, then you blade it when you're covering up.
And they have the security camera. And they're like, "What are you doing here, sir? We can clearly
You fall on the ground and like kind of crawl underneath the bread racks or something, and you're just like,
you're like, don't blow my kayfabe, officer.
When you get up, you do like the try to make the blood come out more, and you're like.
I do find this seemingly endless stream of consciousness line of questions impressive and kind of
I said it earlier. He's like the heavyweight champion of dumb questions.
The Effie Big Gay Brunch event during WrestleMania weekend is sold out. Are you intrigued? No, but that's cool for Effie, I guess.
That's nice that it's sold out.
Have you slipped on a banana peel? What are we playing, Mario
Well, that is a good question. Have you ever actually slipped on a banana peel?
I have not. No.
I don't think I ever have.
I wonder where that started, like being a thing, like that people would do this.
That should be a new challenge, the banana peel challenge, like where you walk over banana peels.
Yeah, that would be good.
I've slipped on a cantaloupe.
Really?
Like, in a restaurant. Like,
did you blade your head?
Yeah,
that would be
you cut your head
shocking.
open?
Maybe one day when I'm like the boss or something, and I can't fire myself.
Remember to fall shoulders flat when you take a bump in the supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear that beep, think of the fun you can have on Supermarket Sweep.
Yeah.
I think ice is probably more like dangerous than banana peel.
Yeah, I would think so. I think it's more common to come across than like a field of banana peels.
Yeah. It's like, who's just not using the trash and throwing their banana peel on the floor?
Since I was out of the loop on Facebook, did Jack pay any trips to the casino? I don't think I have for a little while. Lexar Johnny Swinger! He's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Would you let a waitress from Japan smack you? What?
Why would they want to smack me?
Well, I don't think I'd let any waitress smack me. I don't care where she's from. What kind of question is this? Is this something that happened to Lexar?
I think there's something there, and he's not saying.
He's like, can you smack me, baby?
But did you blade when you let her smack you?
Does he have the baggie in like his pants like before she slaps him, and he's just like,
harder, baby,
getting ready?
He tries to let her. Maybe he's trying to get blood hard way. He's like, hit me right here in the temple,
mm.
on the brow of the eye. Love that pillow, Bruce. Just noticed. Oh, the Ouija board one? Is that a Ouija board pillow?
Yes. Good one.
Matt Marlboro wants to know, which toy would you prefer, the Bobby Lashley or the Brock? I think this is a
what? Yeah.
Like if you went and bought a wrestling figure at the store, is that what he's saying? I'm a collector. I take them all.
I know you asked about Cena, but if you were like a wrestler and you didn't know of this and you heard this, what would you think that he had like?
What's the matter with that person? Like, I'd probably think it's not real, honestly. I'd probably be like, oh, that's just made up. This guy don't know what he's talking about.
If you had to name a Tony Oberstar, if you had to name a sex toy after a Headyverse member, who would you choose? That's a good question.
Probably the Lexar. Just like doing the Lexar or something.
It's like some kind of butt toy.
I was trying to think of something with the baggie or something, but I don't know.
Man.
It don't really work.
It's just lube.
It's just a lubed up plastic bag.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Or maybe it's like a liner for your underwear, like a plastic bag liner. You'll just line your underwear.
That does not sound comfortable at all. Like having a plastic bag in your shorts.
No, it does not. There's got to be a better way, Lexar. Benji wants the Jobs. What would be the Jobs be, I wonder? He also says the Juju. Damn, maybe a Juju fleshlight.
I don't know about that.
We'd probably make some good money.
Do you have to rub your hands together when you say that? Good Lord.
The Geraldine.
Yeah. I don't know if Geraldine's down for that. I don't think Juju's down with that.
You're not down with that?
Unless it's a couple mil.
I want the goosey. The goose is on the loose. The goose and the Bruce. It's like a double pack.
Mm-hmm. They're a tag team.
one in the goose and two in the Bruce.
One really big one and one kind of skinny, like short one.
Let's see. Tony Oberstar, have you ever had somebody want to take a dump on your head, and were you turned on by the proposition?
Like I don't imagine there's many people who's ever had that. Like,
yeah, I can honestly say it's never come up.
Yeah, like that like geez.
Should that be my follow-up to piss in your face, shit on your head?
You just kind of
shit on your head, not get in your bed.
Oh my God.
I love Right Said Fred.
Song, man.
That is a song, man song.
Tony Oberstar, Love in the WWE featuring Montez Ford and Bianca Belair debuts on February 2nd on Hulu. Are you fucking pumped? Yeah! Boom!
I seen the preview of that show and I'm like, man. It's like Netflix gets Raw and Hulu gets the Montez Ford and Bianca Belair show. Which one are you watching, Jack?
None of the above. What are they? Now, what are the choices?
Loving the WWE or Monday Night Raw.
Oh, neither one probably. But if I had to choose, I'd probably watch Raw.
Mm-hmm.
Benji says he needs some off wrestling topic help from Incher.
Like what?
I don't know. I dropped the Steam Deck and now the R1 buttons is inputting action without pressing it.
Oh. So it's like stuck in then or something.
So you should probably kick it.
I don't know. I'm not sure if they. I know you can buy replacement parts for the Steam Deck, but I'm not sure about the R1 button. I know everybody was concerned about the thumbsticks. But
is that something you use for us to do Steven Cleveland Steamers, the Steam Deck?
Sort of.
No. It's basically a portable computer that you play games on.
I don't know. I turn it on and off first.
Before
dropping it? Or he dropped it, and I guess the button's just activating now.
Maybe unscrew a couple of the screws, just a couple. Tap it, and see if it's stuck, and then screw the screw quick.
I would say just throw it against the wall.
There you go.
Yeah, you got to dismantle it probably just to see if there's something up with the circuit
Maybe
board.
spraying some WD-40 into the R1 button.
No, I don't know about WD-40. No, don't do WD-40.
You put on Pinewood Derby cars, just spray that in there.
Actually, if you want to lubricate any type of electronics, you got to have this stuff here.
Oh man, it's just showing his favorite brand of lube on the show.
Yeah, this is super lube.
When you lube up your electronics really good, what's the next step?
Precision lubrication.
Okay.
Get yourself caught in the gears.
Interesting. I got now. Damn.
That looks slippery there.
It is slippery.
Do you think it's good on rocks and stuff? Can I put it on my rock? Do you think it'll make that slippery?
You could use the super lube on anything. It says it doesn't try.
Throw a $500 machine against the wall. Hell yeah! That's all alleged.
No, just get on YouTube and get a dismantling video and watch it, and just make sure all your screws and everything are kept separately, and that, or take it to somebody who can feed it, who can fix it.
That would make you a quitter.
Electric lube.
Ooh. Here's my bicycle lube.
Damn. What's your favorite kind of lube, Goosey? Everyone's sharing the lube. Yeah. Water-based lube, or are you more an oil-based lube guy?
Ew, don't put it in your mouth.
W20.
I'm always telling Incher that. Actually, I'm telling the opposite. Well, Jonathan Jackson, who sends a better text message, Vince McMahon or Ric Flair?
Well, have we seen Ric Flair's text messages?
They're all capitalized words, but I don't know if he seems like this is just, I have no idea, but I would wager that Rick is more of a guy who just wants to tell you in person what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily the sexting type.
Yeah. I don't think he probably texts like Vince does, probably. But he might. I don't know. I'm sure he uses a phone to some extent.
Jonathan Jackson, does the genetic jackhammer now have a new meaning?
Jeez.
It's pretty fucked up. All that stuff's so weird. Can you imagine going back and watching the old shows now where Vince is all over the show? It'd be so strange.
I have all the Attitude Era pay-per-views on VHS, unedited at all.
They took him off the WWE website out of the where you could click and see his bio. It's off. It was anyway. I don't know if they put it back up. But I didn't know this, but they had a vote to if I don't know what happened, but they had a vote years ago if Benoit should be taken out of the Hall of Fame, the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, and Meltzer was saying that they're probably going to do the same thing with Vince.
Really? I bet that'll break his heart.
And Benji adds that he believes that Ric Flair eats ass.
Probably.
I know he said he's Jonathan Jackson, who in the Headyverse would be the first to sign an NDA? No one, because everyone loves the Headyverse and we're all inclusive. and there's no funny stuff going on.
Exactly. Which means there's all kinds of funny stuff going on. Yeah, talk to me, Jack.
Manager, we're talking right on camera. We're not doing it behind closed doors. Mikey B. A Maccabee, a Maccabee, yeah. A Maccabee, a Maccabee, yeah. He wants to know, who was better in WWE? William the Refrigerator Perry or Lawrence Taylor? I will say Lawrence Taylor.
I would say Lawrence Taylor.
I did like the fridge in WrestleMania 3 Battle Royal, WrestleMania 2 Battle Royal. But Lawrence Taylor, a great performance for never wrestling before, main eventing WrestleMania 11, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I was there.
Hell yeah.
I have a shirt somewhere. It's one night, or it's like one first night, only night Lawrence Taylor shirt I bought at that WrestleMania.
Taking on Bam
facing
Bam.
each other, like with their faces facing each other.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's a classic shirt. That's a
But
classic image.
Put on eBay.
Do you think if Bam Bam was back in the day going up against Refrigerator Perry, do you think that would be a good match?
It might have been, because the Perry was in a battle royal, it wasn't a one-on-one match.
He was actually more popular than Lawrence Taylor.
Oh yeah, Perry was because that was the Bears team, which were popular.
He was huge back in the day. People used to talk about him a lot.
Oh, I had the G.I. Joe character. I special ordered it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I would like OIB's opinion on which company made better Atari games, Activision or Imagine. I don't know if Finch was a big Atari guy. He's probably too young.
Magic, they made some really good ones, and Activision. Activision, that's like, yeah, they made River Raid and Magic was like Demon Head, or not Demon Head, Demon. I know they did Fire. Is Firepower? I think that's a Magic. I'd say probably Activision, just because their company didn't die, and like, you know,
they're like
some must die so others can live.
Mm-hmm.
Activision is like video
Pitfall,
games.
Great game. E.T. not so much.
I want to play Tubin. That's a great game.
Tubin, yeah.
I don't remember Tubin.
That's like you're going down a river, or like on a tube, and you just.
Oh, like, I don't remember that.
And birds swoop you, and like people it's fun.
River Raid was really good, and Barnstormer and Kaboom. That's an Activision game. There's a lot of good Activision games, so I'd have to go with Activision. But
yeah, I remember the Activision logo better.
Magic, it was they had some good games too. They were kind of like a sleeper like brand. Like, you know, like they release good stuff, but not as many people knew about them, you know.
Oh, it's like EYE.
Yeah, no. It's like Magic, just like as in the letter.
Yeah, I don't remember them as much.
Yeah, they're not as well known. I mean, but they did make good stuff. Firepower was one of their games. They did Dracula, but that was on the Intellivision. What other games do they do?
Swords and Serpents, it says.
Yeah.
It's not particularly.
It's not good.
God, I can't remember that demon something. Demon
ass.
It's not demon ass. It's
Demon Attack.
Demon Attack. That's it. They did that.
Who made Warlords?
Warlords was Atari. Atari made Warlords.
And who made Pitfall?
I think that was Activision. Yeah.
Activision's getting my pick.
I'd say Activision.
Warlord's pretty great though.
Yeah, the Warlords was Atari. That was a good game. See, they're not re-releasing any of the like Activision. I don't think they do anything with like these compilation people. Like, it'd be nice if they did some stuff, like release their old Atari stuff.
Warlords is a good game.
Mm-hmm.
Pitfall, one of my favorites. So yeah, I'm gonna go to but Atari. I know Atari Warlords. Anyone heard of Philo? The dough? Oh, FEEFIIO.
Theo?
Philo dough, but yeah.
I know there's a Metal Slug character, Theo. I think that's how you spell it.
I don't know. What is Theo? You got to give us more information.
Yeah.
Theo all-in-one Bluetooth portable desktop.
Is it a type of olive?
It's like a computer with a touch screen on it. That's like $2,000. I'm probably looking up the wrong thing.
Oh, wow, 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 wow,
I want one.
All right. Look in my eyes.
What do you see? Caught the person now. Oh,
someone put up a parody one. Look in my eyes. What do you see? Oops, another injury.
Those guys probably are kind of pissed that he keeps hurting himself. They're like, "Come on, we need some royalties checks here."
Well, they probably were doing good because they did that re-release of the songs.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
These young kids like that music.
I like it. I'm a big fan.
I like the music. That's all I listen to.
Don't like heavy metal. We don't like rock and roll. All we listen to is Barry Manilow. Ha! All American boys. We're all American boys. What's your favorite theme song of all time in the world of professional wrestling?
He says it's a digital audio player.
I don't know.
Not familiar with it. I guess it's cool.
I love it.
I just listen to stuff on my phone if I listen to anything.
I just sing it if I want to hear it because I'm like, I can mimic any genre of music ever made.
Mm-hmm.
I would say to perfection, but many believe that I actually, make the original music better. So if I want to hear a song, I just sing it. And they're like, God damn, that's even better than I remembered. Oh, that's right, because I just improved it.
Man, people can learn from you, Jack.
Mm-hmm. I just heard the greatest song ever. Oh yeah, who was it by? Me.
Exactly. The Microsoft Muse is the only iPod killer. Man, these fucking nerds are battling here, Benji and Jackson.
So like a spam thing about computer things.
Fucking nerds. They're gonna be pulling out that electronics lube pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's already all over their pants.
They're good dudes, and sure, no matter what you say about Benji and Jackson, they are good fellas. I don't know why you've got a bad mouth the Headyverse, but I love them.
I don't know. Sometimes it just bees that way.
All right. Who do you think else? Let's just start naming names. Who else is a big, disgusting pervert with the Vince?
Oh, we better not.
All right, fair enough.
There's names that come to mind, but I better not say. Better not say.
Benji says, I'd get a Zoomy before a Muse.
What about a Fio?
He already brought that. He says that one's the iPod killer. So he's very in favor of it.
I'd get a Take A3000. But, you guys don't know about it because it's not released yet. Take A3000.
Just like Midway make that game?
I can't say anymore.
Take
I've got an NDA on the Tech A3000. All right, Incher. Just popping this name up. I don't know what it's in reference to. But, it's out there. Michael PSA. All right, dudes. What do you think? We're going to call it a show.
I'm going to call it a show. I'm going to call it a very good show.
A very, very good show. Yeah. I like a good show very much.
If only we could have the demise of the CEO of companies every week.
Exactly. So all you perverts out there in the wrestling business, out yourself so we can make entertaining podcasts here in your head.
It makes our jobs easier.
Your life will be ruined. Your legacy will be destroyed, but you will do it for the good of the Headyverse. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. But in a serious note, we don't want people, innocent people getting.
Oh, Lannis, that's a good game. iMagic made that.
The best show ever, Josh says. Yeah, boo.
Let me drop my mic.
Damn, I'm gonna throw it against the wall, just like Benji's Fio. Throw it against the wall. We're gonna reconnect the R1 button.
Need to fix that R1 button.
Yeah, this sounds just right up my alley. Just get an email to Without Your Head for the Waco Family and Faith International Film Festival. That really sounds like something that I would cover in Without Your Head.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's nice and all. Gotta know what kind of site you're emailing.
Waco, Texas.
Yeah, it's weird. Waco, yeah, I don't know. All right, folks. I had a good time.
Me too. I had fun.
Forget, don't be a biatch and fill out the Headyverse ballot. Do it. So if you're part of the group on Facebook, go join that. Look it up. It's stuck to the top. Fill it out. Send in as many as you can. If you don't want to fill them all out, that is fine. But do as many as you want. Send it on over. You can message me on Facebook. You can email to iyhwrestling@gmail.com. If you're not on Facebook, you can email me there as well, and I'll send you a ballot. Hit that like button. Subscribe to In Your Head. Share it out. Join the Headyverse. If you'd like to help cover the cost, Venmo some cashola up here, Venmo at Headyverse, and I will send you a Valentine's Day card for February. And until next week, this is Jackie Jones.
1-inch biceps. The king of all the marks, the power goat. I don't think I did it at the beginning of the show.
Damn!
Boss baby, man who tells you what to do. All that.
And the baby ass Snake Master 420. Bruce time. And don't forget to go and get yourself. These are the first two out. Martin Farmer Burns, Ed Strangler Lewis, the pioneers of professional wrestling t-shirts designed by me. Jackie Jones. A big shout out to our members of the Hittyverse, which you can join and help cover the cost of the website. Let's name these fine people. We have the Hall of Famer, Steven Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah, the OG, Steve Simmons. Mikey B. Vic Shea Bones. Dadpool on the YouTube. The Geek Getaway. Interest boy. Interest gal. Interest Tech Dingoes. Good man. It's in the chat earlier. Hittyverse members. Baby Snake Ass Master. Yeah. Baylor Dre, he's a good dude. Dave Deadmans, Chad Whiteheads, Anastasio Theodosiadius, Jojo Brown, his life is calling. Craig Jolie's, Stephen Boots, and our producers who make it all possible. Their name was on the show throughout, and that is Sean Green, Brian Matthew Clutter, and the talented artist El Santos World. Booyah. All right, folks. We'll be out of here. Gonna play us out. Andre the Giant by Ron Hex. We'll come back next week and we'll talk all the wrestling. Maybe something will happen. We'll have stuff to talk about, unlike this week.
Yeah, really.
Slow news week here on the world of wrestling.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, drink. And a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
I'm all pumped up. Second win all-nighter here. Boom. Well, maybe.
You and me.
All right. See ya, Bruce. All
right.
Be good to one another. And, just have a good time. Join the Hittyverse wherever it is. Facebook. We're active there. All right. We'll be back. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Send this out. Share it out to your friends, your loved ones, your enemies, and they will love you and become your friends.
They fucking like it.